The Hogwarts Express released its familiar shriek as it pulled away from King's Cross Station, carrying with it another year's worth of hopes, fears, and carefully guarded secrets. Harry Potter sat in his usual compartment, watching the London skyline blur past the window, unaware that this particular journey would mark the beginning of the end of everything he thought he knew about his life. He had grown accustomed to the weight of whispers that followed him through the corridors of Hogwarts, the pointed fingers and barely concealed stares. The boy who lived, the chosen one. The latest addition to his growing collection of unwanted titles would come courtesy of the Daily Prophet's coverage of his forced participation in the Triwizard Tournament. At 14, Harry had already survived more assassination attempts than most Aurors faced in their entire careers, yet somehow he still felt like he was stumbling through each crisis without truly understanding the larger picture. The compartment door slid open with a gentle rattle, and Luna Lovegood stepped inside with the unhurried grace of someone who moved through the world entirely at her own pace. Her blonde hair caught the afternoon light streaming through the window, and those distinctive radish earrings swayed gently as she settled into the seat across from him. Most students would have asked permission or offered some excuse for the intrusion. Luna simply arranged her robes and fixed him with those impossibly perceptive pale blue eyes. Take a moment to think about where you are right now as you listen to this story. Are you at home, traveling somewhere, or perhaps taking a break from your daily routine? Comment below and let me know where in the world you are listening from. I'm always curious to know how far these stories travel and what brings people together around these alternate timelines. You are troubled by dreams that feel more like memories, Luna said, without preamble, her voice carrying that distinctive quality that made everything she said sound both completely reasonable and slightly otherworldly. Harry nearly jumped at both her sudden appearance and the accuracy of her observation. He had grown somewhat used to Luna's uncanny ability to see things others missed, but this felt different, more pointed, more deliberate. "How do you know that?" Harry asked, abandoning any pretense of casual conversation. Luna smiled, and there was something in that expression that reminded him uncomfortably of the way Dumbledore looked when he was preparing to deliver one of his cryptic pronouncements. "Because I have been having the same dreams," she replied, reaching into a bag and withdrawing what appeared to be a pair of spectacles with multicolored lenses. "My mother used to say that the most dangerous lies are the ones we tell ourselves about our own past. She believed that memory could be as malleable as any other form of magic, particularly when shaped by those with the power and motivation to do so." Luna held up the peculiar spectacles, and Harry could see that they had been modified far beyond anything he had encountered in his magical education. The frames hummed with a subtle energy that made his scar tingle with recognition. These had been crafted by someone who understood magic at a level that went far deeper than simple spell casting. "My mother called these truth-seers," Luna continued, offering them to Harry with an encouraging nod. "They reveal magical auras and concealment charms, but more importantly, they show us when our own perceptions have been altered. I think you will find them quite illuminating, particularly when you look toward the front of the train." Harry accepted the spectacles with the same mixture of curiosity and caution that had served him well through his previous years at Hogwarts. The moment he put them on, the world exploded into a riot of colors and magical signatures that nearly overwhelmed his senses. Every spell that had been cast on the train glowed with its distinctive magical signature. Protective wards appeared as shimmering golden threads, while tracking charms pulsed with an unpleasant red light. What he saw next made his blood run cold. The entire front section of the train, where the prefects and head boy and girl traditionally rode, was wrapped in layer upon layer of monitoring charms. Golden threads stretched from every compartment toward the engine, creating an intricate web of surveillance that mapped every conversation, every movement, every whispered secret. But that was not what made Harry's hands shake as he adjusted the spectacles for a clearer view. every single thread in that web led to the same source. A magical signature he recognized immediately, one that had been as constant in his life as his own heartbeat, the warm, grandfatherly presence that had guided him through every major crisis, every life-threatening situation, every moment when he had needed wisdom and protection. Albus Dumbledore. Luna watched his reaction with the patient attention of someone who had anticipated this exact response. She had clearly been planning this moment, waiting for the right time to show him what she had discovered. The realization that his every word, his every private moment with his friends, had been monitored and recorded by the man he trusted most created a hollow ache in his chest that felt remarkably similar to the moment he had learned the truth about his parents' deaths. "You see it now," Luna said quietly. "The question becomes what you intend to do with this knowledge." Harry removed the spectacles with hands that trembled slightly, though whether from anger or fear, he could not say. The normal world seemed flat and lifeless after seeing the hidden magical infrastructure that surrounded them. Everything he had accepted as privacy, as genuine friendship, as natural coincidence, now carried the weight of potential manipulation. "How long have you known?" Harry asked, his voice hoarse with the effort of maintaining control. Luna tilted her head thoughtfully, a gesture that reminded him of a particularly intelligent owl considering its prey. "My mother began researching memory modification and emotional manipulation in her final years. She believed that certain individuals in positions of power had been systematically altering the memories and personalities of magical children for generations. Her research suggested that what most people consider natural personality development might actually be the result of carefully applied psychological conditioning." She paused, and Harry caught a glimpse of genuine grief in those usually serene features. "She died before she could complete her work, but not before she taught me how to recognize the signs. You display many of them, Harry, gaps in your memory, particularly surrounding your early childhood, emotional responses that seem artificially heightened or suppressed, a tendency to accept explanations that do not quite make sense when examined closely." Harry felt a cold certainty settling in his stomach. He thought of all the times he had questioned Dumbledore's decisions, only to find himself inexplicably convinced by explanations that seemed insufficient. The way his anger at being kept in the dark about important information always seemed to fade after their private conversations, the curious gaps in his memory surrounding his years with the Dursleys before his 11th birthday. "What do you suggest we do about it?" Harry asked, surprised by the steadiness of his own voice. Luna smiled, and this time there was nothing otherworldly about the expression. It was sharp, determined, and utterly practical. "We learn everything we can about what has been done to us, and then we decide whether we want to continue living someone else's version of our lives." She reached into her bag again and withdrew a leather-bound journal that practically hummed with protective enchantments. "I have been documenting everything I remember from my mother's research, along with my own observations about the students at Hogwarts. I believe you will find the patterns quite disturbing once you see them laid out systematically." Harry accepted the journal, feeling the weight of both the physical object and the implications of what Luna was suggesting. The idea that his entire life might have been shaped by outside manipulation was simultaneously horrifying and strangely liberating. If his past was not entirely his own, then perhaps his future could be whatever he chose to make it. "You said we," Harry observed, meeting Luna's steady gaze. "Does that mean you are willing to help me discover the truth, even if it puts you in danger?" Luna's smile widened into something that could only be described as predatory. "Harry Potter, I have been waiting my entire life for someone to ask me that question. My mother died, seeking the truth about what is being done to magical children in this country. I would consider it a betrayal of her memory to do anything less than see her work completed." She gestured toward the journal in his hands. "Begin with the section on memory gaps and emotional conditioning. I think you will find that many of your most vivid memories from childhood contain subtle inconsistencies that become quite obvious once you know what to look for. Harry opened the journal to a page covered with Luna's distinctive handwriting. The first entry was dated nearly 2 years earlier, and began with a simple observation that made his blood run cold. Students who show signs of exceptional magical ability or unusual independence consistently demonstrate gaps in their memory surrounding ages 8 through 11, typically coinciding with periods of increased contact with authority figures. As the train continued its journey toward Hogwarts, Harry found himself reading account after account of students whose memories showed the same suspicious patterns. Neville Longbottom's severe forgetfulness that went far beyond simple absent-mindedness. Dean Thomas's certainty that his father had abandoned the family, despite evidence suggesting a more complex story. Seamus Finnegan's explosive magical accidents that seemed to occur at suspiciously convenient moments. The more he read, the more he began to understand that Luna was not proposing a simple investigation. She was suggesting that they uncover what might be the largest conspiracy in the modern wizarding world, one that reached into every aspect of magical education and child-rearing. By the time the Hogwarts Express pulled into Hogsmeade Station, Harry had made his decision. He looked up to find Luna watching him with patient expectation, as if she had never doubted what his choice would be. "Where do we start?" Harry asked, closing the journal and slipping it inside his robes. Luna's eyes sparkled with genuine delight. "We start by learning to see Hogwarts as it truly is, rather than as we have been taught to see it. Tomorrow evening, meet me in the abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor, the one behind the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. Wear the truth seers, and prepare to discover that everything you thought you knew about your education has been carefully constructed to serve someone else's agenda." As they gathered their belongings and prepared to disembark, Luna placed a gentle hand on Harry's arm. "There is one more thing you should know, Harry. The monitoring charms I showed you on the train are nothing compared to what awaits us at the castle. Hogwarts itself has been turned into the most sophisticated surveillance system in the wizarding world. Every conversation, every private moment, every whispered secret is recorded and analyzed by those who claim to have our best interests at heart." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Scottish weather. If that is true, then how do we have any hope of conducting our investigation without being discovered? Luna's smile took on a quality that reminded him uncomfortably of the expression she wore when discussing creatures that most people believe to be purely mythical. "Because, Harry Potter, my mother didn't spend the last years of her life simply documenting the problem. She also developed solutions. Tomorrow night, you will learn that there are places within Hogwarts where even Albus Dumbledore's influence cannot reach, and methods of communication that no amount of magical surveillance can penetrate." The Great Hall looked exactly as it always had when Harry took his place at the Gryffindor table, but the truth-seers had fundamentally altered his perception of the space. Even without wearing them, he could now sense the layers of monitoring magic that permeated every stone of the castle. Luna had taken her usual seat at the Ravenclaw table, but Harry noticed that she was studying the high table with the focused attention of a researcher, gathering critical data. Professor Dumbledore rose to deliver his traditional beginning-of-term speech, and Harry found himself listening with entirely different ears. The headmaster's words about the importance of unity and trust took on ominous new meanings when viewed through the lens of Luna's revelations. Every pause, every carefully chosen phrase, every gentle smile seemed calculated to produce a specific emotional response in his audience. When Dumbledore's eyes met his across the crowded hall, Harry felt the familiar warmth of that grandfatherly approval. But now he recognized it for what it might truly be, the magical equivalent of a leash, designed to keep him compliant and dependent on the very person who might be manipulating every aspect of his life. The sorting ceremony proceeded as usual, with the new first years being placed into their respective houses amid cheers and applause. But Harry found himself wondering how many of those young faces would graduate from Hogwarts with their original personalities intact, how many would discover, years later, that their most formative experiences had been carefully engineered by adults who believed they knew what was best? As the feast concluded and students began filing out toward their dormitories, Harry caught Luna's eye across the hall. She gave him the slightest of nods, a gesture so subtle that anyone watching would dismiss it as casual acknowledgement between acquaintances. But Harry understood the message perfectly. Tomorrow night, everything would change. He made his way to Gryffindor Tower with Ron and Hermione, participating in their usual end-of-summer conversation about upcoming classes and Quidditch prospects. But part of his mind remained focused on the leather journal hidden in his robes and the implications of what he had learned on the train. If Luna was right, if their entire educational experience was built on a foundation of lies and manipulation, then every friendship, every achievement, every moment of happiness might be nothing more than an elaborate performance designed to serve someone else's greater good. The common room buzzed with the familiar energy of students reconnecting after the summer holidays, but Harry found himself studying his classmates with new eyes. Did Neville's nervous laughter carry traces of magical conditioning designed to suppress his confidence? Were Hermione's passionate defenses of authority figures the result of academic pressure charms that made questioning the system literally painful for her? Most disturbing of all was Ron's easy companionship, the way his presence always seemed to calm Harry's more rebellious impulses. Had their friendship developed naturally, or had Ron been unconsciously influenced to serve as an emotional anchor, keeping Harry grounded and compliant when his instincts urged him toward independence? These thoughts followed Harry to his dormitory, where he lay awake long into the night, staring at the canopy above his four-poster bed. The truth-seers rested in his trunk, waiting to reveal whatever other horrors Luna had discovered about their supposedly safe haven. Tomorrow would bring answers, but Harry was no longer certain he was prepared for the truths they might uncover. Sleep, when it finally came, brought dreams that felt more like suppressed memories struggling to surface. Images of a younger version of himself, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, sitting in a small room filled with books about magic and wizards. The dream. Harry was reading with intense concentration, his face lit by wonder and excitement as he learned about the world his parents had died to protect. But the dream always ended the same way, with the sound of heavy footsteps on stairs and the books being torn from his hands. Then came a sensation like falling through darkness, followed by the familiar feeling of waking up in his cupboard under the stairs with no memory of how he had gotten there. Harry woke with a gasp, his scar prickling with residual pain from the dream. But this time, instead of dismissing the images as products of his imagination, he carefully committed every detail to memory. If Luna was right about the memory gaps, then his dreams might be the only way to recover what had been taken from him. The next day passed with agonizing slowness as Harry attended his classes and maintained his usual routines. But everything felt different now, tinged with the awareness that nothing was as it seemed. Professor McGonagall's stern but caring demeanor, Snape's obvious antagonism that somehow never escalated beyond verbal sparring. Even Hagrid's bumbling affection carried new implications when viewed as potentially manufactured responses designed to shape Harry's emotional development. During Defense Against the Dark Arts, taught by yet another temporary professor whose tenure would undoubtedly end in disaster or disgrace, Harry found himself wondering whether the revolving door of Data instructors was truly the result of a curse, or simply another method of ensuring that students never received consistent, comprehensive training in protecting themselves. The most unsettling moment came during lunch, when Hermione launched into one of her characteristic defenses of institutional authority. She was responding to complaints about the Ministry's handling of recent dark arts incidents, and her arguments were logical, well-researched, and delivered with passionate conviction. But Harry noticed that her hands trembled slightly as she spoke, and her breathing became shallow whenever someone pressed her on inconsistencies in the official story. It was as if some part of her recognized the flaws in her own arguments, but was compelled to defend them anyway. The possibility that his best friend might be suffering from magical conditioning that made questioning authority physically uncomfortable, filled Harry with a cold rage that he carefully concealed behind his usual expression of polite attention. Evening finally arrived, bringing with it the promise of answers and the certainty that nothing would ever be the same. Harry made his excuses to Ron and Hermione, claiming fatigue from the long day, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak. The corridors of Hogwarts took on a sinister quality as he made his way toward the third floor, every portrait and moving staircase potentially serving as an extension of the surveillance network Luna had revealed. The abandoned classroom behind the tapestry of Barnabas, the balmy looked exactly as it always had, dusty, forgotten, and completely ordinary. But the moment Harry stepped inside wearing the Truth-Seers, the space exploded into a complex web of magical protections that rivaled anything he had seen in Gringotts. Luna stood in the center of the room, her own modified spectacles revealing layers of enchantment that transformed the abandoned space into something resembling a fortress. "You see why I chose this location," Luna said, gesturing to the invisible barriers that surrounded them. "My mother spent considerable time here during her research. This room exists in what she called a null zone, a space where the castle's monitoring systems cannot penetrate. It was created by accident during a failed experiment in the 1800s, and the professors have never understood why their surveillance charms fail here." Harry removed his cloak and settled into one of the chairs Luna had arranged near an ancient desk covered with books, parchments, and what appeared to be several more sets of modified spectacles. The magnitude of preparation evident in the room suggested that Luna had been planning this moment for months, possibly years. "Before we begin," Luna said, her usual dreamy demeanor replaced by focused intensity, "you need to understand what we are actually dealing with. This is not a simple case of an overzealous headmaster making questionable decisions for the greater good. What I'm about to show you suggests a systematic program of psychological manipulation that reaches back generations and affects hundreds of students throughout magical Britain." She gestured to a detailed chart that covered one entire wall of the room. Harry approached it slowly, his breath catching as he realized what he was looking at. It was a family tree, but instead of showing bloodlines, it traced patterns of memory modification, emotional conditioning, and behavioral manipulation across multiple generations of magical families. Every major wizarding family in Britain was represented, with detailed notes about which children had shown signs of memory gaps, personality alterations, or suspicious changes in magical ability. The pattern was both subtle and comprehensive, affecting roughly one child in every 3 families, with a marked preference for those who showed early signs of exceptional power or independence. At the center of the chart, connected to every other entry by thin lines that represented influence and control, was a single name that appeared dozens of times across multiple generations: Albus Percival, Wulfric, Brian Dumbledore. Luna moved to stand beside him, her voice soft but relentless, as she explained the implications of what they were seeing. "He has been doing this for over 50 years, Harry, identifying children who pose potential threats to his vision of the greater good, and systematically altering their personalities to make them more manageable. Your parents were among his early experiments, though I believe they began to resist his influence shortly before their deaths." Harry's vision blurred as he tried to process the scope of what Luna was suggesting. If she was right, then every major decision in his life, every relationship he had formed, every moment of happiness or despair, might have been orchestrated by the man he had trusted above all others. "The evidence is overwhelming once you know how to look for it," Luna continued, moving to another section of her display. "Memory gaps consistently occurring between ages 8 and 11, when children are most susceptible to magical conditioning. Personality traits that seem artificially enhanced or suppressed. Family histories that contain suspicious contradictions when examined closely." She handed him a thick folder, filled with what appeared to be medical records and psychological assessments. "These are copies of files I obtained from St. Mungo's through my father's connections." They document unusual patterns of memory-related magical trauma in children from prominent families, always coinciding with increased contact with educational or ministry officials. Harry opened the folder with hands that shook slightly, immediately recognizing several names from his own year at Hogwarts. Dean Thomas showed signs of selective memory loss regarding his father's disappearance. Seamus Finnegan had been treated for magical accidents that seemed to target his developing pyrotechnic abilities. Even Neville's medical records showed evidence of memory modification that went far beyond what would be expected from the trauma of witnessing his parents' torture. But it was his own file that made Harry's blood run cold. Page after page of detailed observations about his psychological development, magical growth, and emotional responses to various stimuli. The records began when he was barely 5 years old and continued through his first 3 years at Hogwarts, documenting every aspect of his development with clinical precision. The most disturbing entries dealt with memory modification procedures designed to suppress his recall of early magical experiences and create artificial emotional dependencies on specific individuals. According to the records, he had undergone dozens of these procedures, each one carefully calibrated to achieve specific behavioral outcomes. Luna watched his reaction with the patient attention of someone who had experienced this same revelation herself. The question, Harry, is what you intend to do with this knowledge. We can pretend we never saw it and continue living the lives that have been planned for us, or we can fight back and try to reclaim our authentic selves. Harry closed the file and met her steady gaze, feeling something that might have been hope beginning to kindle in his chest. What would fighting back look like, Luna? Her smile was sharp and utterly determined. It would look like 2 students who refuse to accept that their destinies have already been decided by others. It would look like learning everything we can about memory magic, emotional manipulation, and psychological conditioning. It would look like finding others who have been similarly affected and helping them break free from their programming. She moved to the final section of her display, revealing what appeared to be detailed plans for a complex magical procedure. Most importantly, it would look like using my mother's research to reverse the damage that has been done to us and recover our original personalities and memories. Harry studied the plans, recognizing elements of advanced legilimency, occlumency, and several branches of magic he had never encountered before. The complexity of what Luna was proposing was staggering, but so was the potential for finally understanding who he truly was beneath layers of magical conditioning. How long would something like this take? Harry asked, already knowing he was committed to whatever Luna had in mind. Months, possibly years, Luna replied honestly. We would need to be extremely careful to avoid detection, while slowly undoing decades of careful manipulation. But Harry, she continued, her voice taking on an edge of desperate hope, imagine finally knowing yourself as you truly are, not as others have shaped you to be. The weight of the decision pressed down on Harry like a physical force. He thought of Dumbledore's grandfatherly smile, of Ron's easy friendship, of Hermione's passionate loyalty. If Luna was right, none of it was entirely real. But if she was wrong, they would be embarking on a dangerous path that could destroy everything he cared about. In the end, the choice was easier than he had expected. The dreams that felt like suppressed memories, the gaps in his recollection of early childhood, the way his emotions seemed to shift unpredictably during conversations with authority figures, all of it pointed toward the same disturbing conclusion. He had never truly been free to choose his own path. "When do we begin?" Harry asked, and Luna's answering smile was radiant with shared purpose and determination. "Tomorrow," she said, reaching for another of her modified spectacles. "But first, put these on and take one last look around Hogwarts as you currently understand it. Because once we start this process, you will never be able to see this place the same way again." Harry accepted the spectacles and activated their revealing enchantments, watching as the castle's true magical infrastructure blazed to life around them. Monitoring charms pulsed like a vast electronic network. Surveillance spells created golden threads that connected every room to central recording devices, and emotional manipulation enchantments cast subtle influences over the common areas where students gathered. Most disturbing of all was the portrait network, which he now realized served as an early warning system that tracked every significant conversation and reported back to the headmaster's office. The paintings that had always seemed like harmless decorations were actually sophisticated monitoring devices that ensured no secret could remain hidden for long. But here in Luna's sanctuary, protected by her mother's research and shielded by decades-old magical anomalies, they were truly free for perhaps the first time in their lives. Free to question everything they had been taught, free to seek their own answers, free to become whoever they were meant to be before others decided their fates for them. As Harry removed the spectacles and prepared to return to his dormitory, he felt a sense of purpose that was entirely his own. Tomorrow would begin the most important journey of his life, one that would lead either to devastating disillusionment or to the kind of authentic freedom he had never dared to imagine. Whatever the outcome, he would finally know the truth about himself, and that knowledge would be worth any price he might have to pay to obtain it. The last thing he saw before leaving the sanctuary was Luna's research chart, with its web of connections and influences that stretched across generations of magical families. Somewhere in that complex pattern lay the answers to questions he had never known to ask, and the key to understanding not just his own past, but the hidden architecture of power that shaped the entire wizarding world. For the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry Potter felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be, doing exactly what he was meant to do. It was a sensation he intended to remember, even if everything else about his life turned out to be an elaborate fiction designed by others. The truth, whatever it might cost him, had become more precious than any comfortable lie. The confrontation with Dumbledore began at breakfast, the morning after their mass awakening, when the headmaster appeared in the Great Hall with an expression of carefully controlled concern that immediately put Harry on high alert. The portrait network had apparently detected enough anomalous student behavior to trigger investigative protocols, though the specific nature of their activities remained concealed by the security measures they had implemented in the Chamber of Secrets. Dumbledore's approach was characteristically subtle, beginning with individual conversations that appeared to be routine check-ins about student welfare, but were actually sophisticated psychological assessments designed to determine whether participants in the mass awakening had recovered memories or personality traits that posed a threat to the conditioning program's objectives. Harry found himself summoned to the headmaster's office immediately after his first class, ostensibly for a discussion about his performance in the Triwizard Tournament, but actually for a comprehensive evaluation of his psychological state and potential involvement in resistance activities that had been detected through surveillance systems throughout the castle. The office felt different than it had during Harry's previous visits, as if the warm, grandfatherly atmosphere that had always characterized the space had been revealed as an elaborate performance designed to create false comfort and trust. The magical instruments that filled the room, which Harry had always assumed were related to Dumbledore's research and administrative duties, now appeared to be sophisticated monitoring and manipulation devices designed to assess and influence the mental states of visitors. "Harry," Dumbledore began, settling into his chair with the familiar twinkling expression that had always made him seem benevolent and trustworthy, "I have been noticing some interesting changes in student behavior recently. Several of your classmates appear to be experiencing what might be described as personality fluctuations or memory inconsistencies that are causing me considerable concern about their psychological well-being." The headmaster's tone was gentle and caring, but Harry recognized the underlying assessment that was taking place as Dumbledore evaluated his responses for signs of recovered memories or authentic personality traits that would indicate successful conditioning reversal. "I am particularly concerned about you, my dear boy," Dumbledore continued, his voice carrying the paternalistic warmth that had always made Harry feel protected and guided. Your recent behavior suggests that you may be experiencing similar difficulties, and I want to ensure that you receive appropriate support for whatever challenges you might be facing." Harry forced himself to maintain the appearance of the conditioned personality that Dumbledore expected to see, responding with the dependent gratitude and trust that had characterized their previous interactions, while carefully concealing the authentic awareness and determination that had emerged during his memory restoration. "I have been feeling somewhat confused lately, Professor," Harry replied, matching Dumbledore's concerned tone while providing information that would seem consistent with partial conditioning breakdown without revealing the true extent of his recovered memories. "Sometimes I remember things differently than I thought I did, and I find myself questioning decisions and relationships that used to seem clear and comfortable." Dumbledore's response was immediate and revealing, demonstrating the sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques that Harry now understood were central to the conspiracy's operations. Rather than expressing surprise or concern about Harry's memory inconsistencies, the headmaster began implementing what appeared to be practiced protocols for addressing conditioning deterioration in high-value subjects. "Such experiences can be quite distressing, my boy," Dumbledore said, his voice taking on the hypnotic quality that Harry now recognized as a magical influence technique designed to enhance receptivity to suggestion and emotional manipulation. "It is perfectly natural for young people to experience confusion about their memories and relationships as they mature and develop more complex understanding of the world around them." The reassurance was accompanied by subtle magical influences that Harry could feel attempting to reinforce his artificial conditioning and suppress the authentic memories that had been recovered during the mass awakening. The techniques were remarkably sophisticated, designed to work below the threshold of conscious awareness while gradually restoring the psychological limitations that had previously controlled his thoughts and behaviors. But Luna's preparation had included extensive training in recognizing and resisting such manipulation attempts, and Harry found himself able to maintain his authentic awareness while appearing to respond to Dumbledore's reconditioning efforts in the expected manner. The conversation continued for nearly an hour, with Dumbledore systematically probing Harry's psychological state while implementing increasingly aggressive techniques designed to identify and suppress any recovered memories or authentic personality traits that might indicate successful resistance to the conditioning program. The most disturbing aspect of the encounter was recognizing how many times similar conversations had occurred throughout his years at Hogwarts, with Dumbledore regularly implementing maintenance procedures designed to ensure that his conditioning remained stable and effective. Every private meeting, every grandfatherly conversation about choices and destiny, every moment of seemingly caring guidance had actually been sophisticated psychological manipulation designed to maintain his compliance with roles and objectives that served the conspiracy's agenda rather than his authentic interests and values. As the meeting concluded and Harry prepared to leave the headmaster's office, Dumbledore's final comments revealed the true purpose of their conversation and the broader strategy that was being implemented to counter the resistance activities that had been detected throughout the castle. "I will be scheduling similar conversations with several other students who appear to be experiencing comparable difficulties," Dumbledore announced, his tone carrying the authority of someone who was accustomed to complete compliance with his directives. "It is important that we address these psychological irregularities before they develop into more serious problems that could affect the student's academic performance and social development." Harry recognized the statement as a thinly veiled threat against other participants in their mass awakening, indicating that Dumbledore was implementing systematic reconditioning procedures designed to neutralize their resistance network by restoring the artificial personalities and memory limitations that had previously controlled their behavior. The urgency of protecting his fellow resistors from similar manipulation attempts required immediate coordination with Luna, Snape, and the Adult Resistance Network to implement emergency protocols that could counter Dumbledore's reconditioning efforts while maintaining security for all participants in their awakening operation. The solution involved using the communication systems they had established in the Chamber of Secrets to warn all Resistance members about the enhanced psychological manipulation techniques that were being deployed against them, along with providing updated training in recognition and resistance methods that could help them maintain their authentic awareness during individual encounters with authority figures. Luna's analysis of Dumbledore's approach revealed sophisticated techniques that combined traditional legilimency with alchemical influences and environmental manipulation, designed to create multiple layers of psychological pressure that would be extremely difficult for most people to resist effectively. The headmaster's office itself had been transformed into a comprehensive conditioning environment, where every element from furniture placement to lighting conditions was calibrated to enhance receptivity to manipulation while making resistance psychologically and physically uncomfortable for visitors. But the most concerning discovery was evidence that Dumbledore was coordinating his individual reconditioning efforts with similar activities being conducted by other faculty members throughout the castle, creating a systematic campaign designed to identify and neutralize every participant in their resistance network within a matter of days. Professor McGonagall had begun conducting irregular dormitory inspections that included subtle psychological assessments of student behavior, while other teachers were implementing modified lesson plans that incorporated conditioning reinforcement techniques disguised as academic instruction. The scope and coordination of these efforts suggested that the conspiracy possessed comprehensive intelligence about their resistance activities and was implementing countermeasures that had been developed through experience with previous student resistance networks that had emerged at Hogwarts over the years. Snape's position within the conspiracy's organizational structure provided crucial intelligence about the specific protocols that were being implemented and the timeline for systematic reconditioning of identified resistance members. According to his recovered memories of similar operations, the conspiracy typically allowed approximately 1 week for voluntary compliance with reconditioning efforts before implementing more aggressive measures that could include memory modification, personality restructuring, or elimination of subjects who proved impossible to recondition effectively. This timeline created enormous pressure for implementing their public exposure strategy before the conspiracy could neutralize their resistance network through systematic psychological manipulation or more direct forms of retaliation against participants who refused to submit to reconditioning procedures. The adult resistance network's connections to journalists and external allies became crucial for coordinating rapid dissemination of evidence that could provide protection through public scrutiny while exposing the conspiracy's operations to audiences who possessed the authority and resources necessary to challenge their activities effectively. Bill Weasley's network had spent months preparing comprehensive documentation packages that could be distributed simultaneously to multiple external organizations, including international magical regulatory bodies, independent journalists, and political figures who had demonstrated commitment to protecting individual rights and challenging institutional abuse. The evidence packages included not only the financial and legal documentation that Harry had obtained from Gringotts, but also magical recordings of recovered memories from awakening participants that provided comprehensive testimony about the conditioning program's methods and effects on victims throughout magical Britain. But the most powerful element of their evidence was the systematic nature of the abuse that had been documented across multiple generations of magical families, demonstrating that the conspiracy represented an ongoing threat to the fundamental rights and freedoms of every magical child who might be subjected to their manipulation programs. The coordination required for simultaneous distribution of evidence to multiple external audiences, while protecting all resistance participants from immediate retaliation, demanded organizational capabilities that pushed their network to its absolute limits, requiring precise timing and comprehensive security measures that could prevent the conspiracy from implementing countermeasures before their information reached appropriate authorities. The morning after Harry's confrontation with Dumbledore, similar encounters began occurring throughout the castle as other faculty members implemented their own versions of psychological assessment and reconditioning procedures designed to identify and neutralize resistance participants before they could coordinate further opposition to the conspiracy's operations. Ginny's meeting with Professor McGonagall proved particularly challenging, as the Transfiguration teacher had apparently been provided with detailed intelligence about Ginny's role in coordinating resistance activities and was implementing sophisticated manipulation techniques designed to exploit her natural loyalty to authority figures and institutional structures. But Ginny's recovered memories of her authentic personality included remarkable strategic capabilities that allowed her to recognize and counter McGonagall's manipulation attempts while appearing to respond in the expected manner, providing crucial intelligence about the conspiracy's assessment techniques while maintaining her cover as a successfully reconditioned subject. Neville's encounter with Professor Sprout revealed similar patterns of systematic psychological manipulation, disguised as caring concern for his academic and social development, with the herbology teacher implementing techniques designed to restore the artificial limitations and self-doubt that had previously prevented him from developing his exceptional magical capabilities. The cumulative effect of these individual reconditioning attempts created enormous psychological pressure on all resistance participants, as they were forced to maintain exhausting performances of artificial compliance while secretly coordinating their final preparations for public exposure of the conspiracy's activities. But the most significant development came when Luna discovered that her own father had been targeted for reconditioning through techniques that were being implemented by ministry officials who had identified his journalistic activities as a potential threat to the conspiracy's information control objectives. Xenophilius Lovegood's investigation into the conditioning program and his support for the student resistance network had apparently been detected through surveillance systems that monitored his communications and publication activities, triggering systematic efforts to neutralize his influence through psychological manipulation and professional discreditation. The threat to Luna's father represented an escalation in the conspiracy's response that indicated their window of opportunity for successful resistance was closing rapidly, as the Shepherds moved beyond targeting student participants to implementing broader suppression measures that could eliminate adult allies and external support systems. This development forced immediate implementation of their public exposure strategy, despite the considerable risks involved in revealing their evidence before all security measures and protective protocols had been completely established. The decision required enormous courage from all resistance participants, as they committed themselves to a course of action that would either expose and dismantle the conspiracy or result in their own systematic elimination through methods that had proven effective against previous resistance networks. The final preparations for their public exposure operation took place in the Chamber of Secrets during what everyone understood would be their last secure meeting before. The conspiracy either discovered their location or implemented countermeasures that would make continued resistance impossible. Harry looked around at the faces of his fellow resistors, seeing not the artificial constructs that had been carefully shaped to serve someone else's agenda, but genuine individuals whose authentic capabilities and values had finally been allowed to emerge through their collective struggle against systematic manipulation and control. Luna's brilliant analytical mind had provided the theoretical foundations and technical methods that made their resistance possible. Ginny's natural leadership and strategic thinking had enabled them to coordinate complex operations while maintaining security from detection. Neville's recovered tactical intelligence and moral clarity had helped them understand their enemy's methods while maintaining focus on their ultimate objectives. Snape's comprehensive knowledge of the conspiracy's operations and his position within their organizational structure had provided crucial intelligence while demonstrating that even the most extensively conditioned victims could recover their authentic identities through appropriate intervention and support. But most importantly, they had proven that genuine human relationships based on shared values and mutual respect could survive and flourish even after years of systematic psychological manipulation designed to prevent authentic connection and cooperation between potential resistors. The bonds they had formed during their investigation and awakening represented exactly the kind of authentic human potential that the conspiracy had been designed to suppress, demonstrating that individual freedom and genuine community could coexist in ways that enhanced, rather than threatened, the legitimate interests of magical society. Tomorrow would bring either vindication of their struggle or consequences that could destroy everything they had worked to achieve. But their success in recovering their authentic identities and forming genuine relationships had already proven that the conspiracy's fundamental assumptions about human nature and social organization were false. People did not require systematic manipulation and control to develop into productive members of society. Authentic individuals with genuine freedom to make their own choices could cooperate effectively while maintaining their independence and personal integrity. The artificial conflicts and divisions that justified the conspiracy's control systems were not natural or necessary aspects of magical civilization. As they prepared to implement their final operation against the forces that had shaped their development since childhood, Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought him from isolated victim to authentic leader of a movement that could potentially transform the fundamental nature of magical society. The investigation that had begun with Luna, showing him the truth seers and revealing the artificial nature of his monitored existence, had evolved into something far more significant than personal liberation from conditioning. It had become a comprehensive challenge to the assumptions and structures that enabled systematic abuse of magical children throughout Britain. The evidence they had gathered and the methods they had developed could provide the foundation for preventing future generations from suffering similar manipulation, while the authentic relationships they had formed demonstrated alternative models for human cooperation that did not require external control or artificial limitation of individual potential. The battle for authentic freedom was about to reach its climax, with both sides fully committed to a conflict that would determine whether future magical children would be allowed to develop their genuine potential or would continue to be processed through manipulation programs designed to serve someone else's vision of ideal society. Harry Potter, no longer the carefully constructed victim that others had tried to make him, was finally ready to complete the transformation from manipulated subject to authentic liberator that represented the ultimate vindication of human potential over systematic control and artificial limitation. The stakes could not be higher, but the alternative was to accept continued existence as puppets in someone else's carefully orchestrated performance, and that was no longer acceptable to any of them. The time for authentic choice and genuine resistance had finally arrived, and whatever the outcome, they would face it as themselves rather than as the artificial constructs that others had tried to impose upon their lives. The conspiracy had spent decades perfecting their control systems, but they had never faced organized resistance from people who understood their methods and possessed the authentic relationships necessary to challenge them effectively. The outcome of that confrontation would determine the future of magical civilization itself, and Harry was determined to ensure that it would be a future based on freedom rather than control, authenticity rather than manipulation, and genuine human potential rather than artificial limitation. The underground resistance network that emerged in the days following their mass awakening represented something unprecedented in the history of magical Britain. Operating from hidden locations throughout the countryside, connected by communication systems that had been years in development, the adult allies who had remained concealed for decades finally revealed themselves as a comprehensive shadow organization dedicated to documenting and opposing the systematic conditioning that had shaped wizarding society for generations. Bill Weasley's arrival at their final strategy meeting in the Chamber of Secrets brought with him intelligence that transformed their understanding of both the conspiracy they were fighting and the resources available to challenge it effectively. The Adult Resistance Network included not only curse breakers and independent researchers like himself, but also ministry officials, hospital administrators, international magical representatives, and even members of prominent wizarding families who had managed to break free from their own conditioning and had been working secretly to expose the Shepherd's operations. The scope of adult involvement was staggering, suggesting that the conspiracy's control over wizarding society was far less complete than their public dominance would suggest. Hundreds of witches and wizards throughout Britain and beyond had recovered their authentic identities over the years, either through their own efforts or through assistance from other resistance members who had developed increasingly sophisticated techniques for conditioning reversal and psychological liberation. Harry listened with growing amazement as Bill described safe houses that had been established throughout Europe, communication networks that could reach resistance cells in other countries, and resources that included everything from financial support to advanced magical research facilities, where victims could receive comprehensive treatment for the effects of long-term conditioning. But the most significant revelation concerned the coordination that had been taking place between resistance networks in different countries, revealing that the conditioning conspiracy was not limited to Britain, but represented a systematic effort to control magical populations throughout the world, according to principles and objectives that transcended national boundaries and local political structures. The greater good foundation that Harry had discovered during his Gringotts investigation was apparently just one component of an international network of organizations that coordinated conditioning programs across multiple countries while maintaining the illusion of independent national magical governments and educational institutions. This information forced a complete reconceptualization of their struggle from a local resistance effort against British conspirators to participation in a global movement challenging systematic oppression that affected magical children throughout the civilized world. Luna's father had been working with international colleagues for years to document the scope of this global conspiracy, gathering evidence that demonstrated remarkable consistency in conditioning techniques and organizational structures across different countries and magical cultures. The implications were both terrifying and inspiring. Terrifying because the resources and capabilities available to their opponents exceeded anything they had previously imagined, but inspiring because the potential for coordinated international resistance offered opportunities for success that would be impossible for any single national movement to achieve alone. The decision to coordinate their British resistance activities with international efforts required careful consideration of security concerns and strategic objectives that extended far beyond their original goals of exposing the conditioning program at Hogwarts and helping their fellow students recover their authentic identities. But the alternative was to limit their resistance to local objectives that could be easily suppressed or contained by opponents who possessed international resources and coordination capabilities that would allow them to simply relocate their operations to other countries if they were exposed in Britain. Luna's analysis of the strategic situation was characteristically insightful, recognizing that their mass awakening at Hogwarts had created momentum that could potentially catalyze similar resistance activities throughout the international magical community if properly coordinated and supported. The evidence they had gathered about conditioning techniques and the methods they had developed for memory restoration and personality recovery represented valuable resources that could be adapted and applied by resistance networks in other countries, while their success in challenging the conspiracy at one of its most important operational centers provided proof that systematic resistance was possible even against such sophisticated opponents. The coordination meeting that took place in the Chamber of Secrets during the week following their public exposure decision brought together representatives from resistance networks throughout Europe and beyond, creating the most comprehensive gathering of conditioning opponents in the history of the movement. Harry found himself serving not just as a resistance leader within Hogwarts, but as a symbolic figure whose successful recovery from extensive conditioning provided inspiration and hope for victims throughout the international magical community. The scope of testimony and evidence that was presented during this international coordination meeting revealed the true magnitude of the conspiracy they were fighting. Systematic conditioning programs had been operating for decades in virtually every major magical educational institution, with techniques and objectives that showed remarkable consistency, despite superficial variations in implementation methods and cultural contexts. Children throughout the magical world were being processed through manipulation programs designed to ensure compliance with social structures and political systems that served the interests of coordinated international elites, rather than the authentic needs and values of local magical communities. But the international resistance networks had also developed increasingly sophisticated methods for challenging these programs, including legal strategies, media campaigns, political organizing, and direct intervention techniques that could potentially dismantle the conspiracy's operations on a global scale if properly coordinated and implemented. The most encouraging discovery was that resistance networks in different countries had been developing complementary capabilities that could be combined to create comprehensive strategies for challenging the conspiracy's international coordination while supporting local liberation efforts in specific countries and institutions. Curse breakers like Bill brought expertise in magical manipulation detection and reversal techniques. Medical professionals from St. Mungo's and international equivalents provided knowledge of conditioning effects and treatment methods. Legal experts contributed understanding of the institutional structures and regulatory frameworks that enabled systematic abuse of magical children. Most importantly, former victims who had recovered their authentic identities brought personal testimony and recovered memories that provided comprehensive evidence of the conspiracy's methods and effects across multiple generations and geographical regions. The combination of these diverse capabilities and perspectives created the foundation for resistance strategies that could challenge every aspect of the conspiracy's operations while building alternative systems that would protect future generations from similar manipulation and control. The planning process that emerged from this international coordination represented the most ambitious resistance operation ever attempted against systematic conditioning programs, involving simultaneous exposure campaigns in multiple countries, coordinated with comprehensive legal challenges and political organizing efforts designed to create lasting institutional changes that would prevent future abuse. But the complexity of coordinating such extensive international resistance activities also created enormous security risks and organizational challenges that pushed their capabilities to their absolute limits while making them vulnerable to counterintelligence operations that could potentially expose and neutralize multiple national resistance networks simultaneously. The decision to proceed with coordinated international resistance represented a calculated risk that weighed the potential for unprecedented success against the possibility of catastrophic failure that could destroy decades of careful preparation and underground organization throughout the global magical community. Harry's role in this international strategy extended far beyond his original involvement as a Hogwarts student investigating his own conditioning. His recovery of authentic memories and capabilities, combined with his symbolic significance as the boy who lived, made him a crucial figure for inspiring and coordinating resistance activities that required courage and determination from thousands of participants who would be risking everything in pursuit of authentic freedom. The preparation for coordinated international exposure required months of careful planning and resource development that tested every aspect of their organizational capabilities, while demanding personal sacrifices from resistance members who understood that failure could result in systematic elimination of everyone involved in challenging the conspiracy's operations. Luna's inherited research provided crucial theoretical foundations for the mass awakening techniques that would need to be adapted and implemented across multiple countries simultaneously, while her analytical capabilities proved essential for coordinating the complex logistics involved in such an ambitious international operation. Ginny's leadership skills and strategic thinking became crucial for managing the human elements of international coordination, helping to build trust and cooperation between resistance networks that had operated independently for years, while maintaining security protocols that could protect everyone involved from counterintelligence operations. Neville's recovered memories and tactical intelligence provided valuable insights into the conspiracy's likely responses to coordinated international resistance, allowing them to develop contingency plans and security measures that could protect resistance networks from systematic retaliation while maintaining operational effectiveness. Snape's comprehensive knowledge of the conspiracy's organizational structure and decision-making processes proved invaluable for anticipating and countering the sophisticated strategies that would be implemented to suppress international resistance before it could achieve its objectives. But the most significant contribution came from the international resistance networks themselves, whose decades of preparation and resource development had created the infrastructure necessary for challenging the conspiracy on a scale that matched their global operations and coordination capabilities. As the date for implementing their coordinated international resistance approached, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from isolated victim of systematic conditioning to leader of a movement that could potentially transform the fundamental nature of magical civilization throughout the world. The investigation that had begun with Luna, showing him the truth source and revealing the artificial nature of his monitored existence at Hogwarts, had evolved into something far more significant than anyone could have anticipated when they first began questioning their memories and relationships. They had discovered not just the existence of systematic conditioning programs, but the global scope of coordinated efforts to control the development of magical children according to principles and objectives that served elite interests rather than authentic human potential and community well-being. More importantly, they had proven that such systematic control could be challenged and overcome through coordinated resistance based on authentic relationships and shared commitment to freedom and truth, rather than artificial manipulation and imposed authority. The techniques they had developed for memory restoration and personality recovery had been tested and refined through application to hundreds of victims, demonstrating that even the most extensive conditioning could be successfully reversed when appropriate methods were applied with adequate support and resources. The evidence they had gathered provided comprehensive documentation of the conspiracy's methods and effects that would be impossible to dismiss or suppress once it reached appropriate international audiences through coordinated exposure campaigns in multiple countries simultaneously. But most importantly, the authentic relationships and genuine communities that had emerged from their resistance activities demonstrated alternative models for human cooperation and social organization that did not require external control or artificial limitation of individual potential to function effectively. The bonds between Harry, Luna, Ginny, Neville, and the expanding network of allies who had joined their struggle represented exactly the kind of authentic human connection that the conspiracy had been designed to prevent, proving that genuine cooperation based on shared values and mutual respect was not only possible, but more effective than artificial coordination imposed through systematic manipulation. As they prepared for the final phase of their international resistance operation, Harry felt a profound sense of gratitude for the journey that had brought him to this moment of choosing between authentic freedom and continued existence as a puppet in someone else's carefully orchestrated performance. The authentic Harry Potter, supported by genuine friends and allies who shared his commitment to truth and freedom, was finally ready to complete the transformation from victim to liberator that represented the ultimate vindication of human potential over systematic control and artificial limitation. The coordinated international exposure would either succeed in dismantling the global conditioning conspiracy or result in systematic elimination of resistance networks that had taken decades to develop and organize. But regardless of the outcome, they had already achieved something unprecedented in proving that authentic human potential could survive and flourish even after years of sophisticated psychological manipulation, and that genuine relationships based on shared values could provide the foundation for effective resistance against even the most comprehensive systems of social control. The battle for authentic freedom was about to reach its global climax, with resistance networks throughout the magical world coordinating their efforts to challenge the assumptions and structures that had enabled systematic abuse of children for generations. Tomorrow would bring either liberation or destruction. But whatever happened, it would represent the authentic choice of people who had recovered their genuine identities and chosen to risk everything in defense of human potential and community well-being, rather than accepting continued existence as servants of someone else's vision of ideal society. The conspiracy had spent decades building and refining their international coordination capabilities, but they had never faced organized resistance from people who understood their methods and possessed the authentic relationships necessary to challenge them effectively on a global scale. The outcome of that confrontation would determine whether future generations of magical children throughout the world would be allowed to develop their genuine potential or would continue to be processed through manipulation, programs designed to serve elite interests rather than human authenticity and community well-being. Harry looked around the Chamber of Secrets at the international representatives who had gathered to coordinate their final resistance operation, seeing not the artificial constructs that systematic conditioning was designed to create, but genuine individuals whose authentic capabilities and values had been recovered through years of careful work and mutual support. These people represented the real future of magical civilization, a future based on authentic human potential rather than artificial limitation, genuine cooperation rather than imposed control, and community well-being rather than elite interests. The stakes could not be higher, but the alternative was to accept continued existence as puppets in a global performance designed to serve someone else's agenda, and that was no longer acceptable to any of them. The time for authentic choice and genuine resistance had finally arrived on an international scale, and whatever the outcome, they would face it as themselves rather than as the carefully constructed fictions that others had tried to impose upon their lives and communities. The authentic future of magical civilization was about to be determined by people who had recovered their genuine identities and chosen to risk everything in defense of human potential and authentic community over systematic control and artificial limitation. The conspiracy's global coordination represented unprecedented sophistication in social control, but it had never faced the kind of authentic resistance that emerged when people recovered their genuine identities and formed relationships based on shared values and mutual respect, rather than artificial manipulation and imposed authority. The outcome would determine not just the fate of current resistance members, but the fundamental nature of magical society throughout the world for generations to come. And for the first time since learning about the conspiracy, Harry felt confident that authentic human potential was stronger than any system designed to control and diminish it. The final confrontation began not with dramatic declarations or magical duels, but with the simple act of Harry Potter walking into the Great Hall for breakfast, carrying a copy of the Quibbler that would change the wizarding world forever. The special edition that Xenophilius Lovegood had prepared during the weeks of international coordination contained comprehensive evidence of the conditioning conspiracy, presented in a format that was accessible to ordinary witches and wizards, while providing sufficient detail to support immediate legal and political action. The morning edition had been distributed simultaneously throughout magical Britain and coordinated with similar publications in 17 other countries, creating the largest coordinated exposure of systematic institutional abuse in the history of magical civilization. Every major wizarding newspaper, journal, and communication network had received identical evidence packages that made suppression or dismissal impossible through traditional information control methods. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table with the casual confidence of someone who had finally reclaimed his authentic identity, watching as students throughout the Great Hall opened their copies of the Morning Post and began reading testimony that would force them to confront the reality of systematic manipulation that had shaped their entire educational experience. The reactions were immediate and dramatic. Students who had never questioned their thoughts, emotions, or memories began recognizing patterns of artificial influence that had controlled their development since childhood. Those who had participated in the mass awakening served as natural counselors and guides, helping their classmates understand the implications of what they were learning, while providing support for the psychological adjustment that accompanied authentic identity recovery. But the most significant moment came when Albus Dumbledore entered the Great Hall and immediately understood that decades of careful secrecy had been permanently shattered by coordinated international resistance that had anticipated and countered every strategy he might use to contain or suppress the exposure. The headmaster's expression showed none of the grandfatherly warmth that had characterized his public persona for so many years, replaced by the calculating assessment of someone who was evaluating rapidly changing circumstances and considering response options that had been prepared for exactly such contingencies. Harry met Dumbledore's gaze across the crowded hall, feeling no trace of the artificial deference and gratitude that had previously characterized his responses to the headmaster's attention. The authentic Harry Potter was capable of recognizing manipulation and responding with the confident independence that had been systematically suppressed throughout his childhood and adolescence. The confrontation that had been building since Luna first showed him the truth-seers was finally occurring in full public view, with hundreds of witnesses who possessed comprehensive evidence about the systematic conditioning that had controlled their development and was still being used against magical children throughout the world. Dumbledore approached Harry's table with measured steps, his demeanor suggesting someone who was prepared to implement emergency protocols that had been developed for situations where the conspiracy's operations faced existential threats from organized resistance. "Harry," the headmaster said, his voice carrying none of the warmth and concern that had previously made him seem benevolent and trustworthy, "I believe we need to discuss the serious concerns that have been raised about your recent activities and their potential impact on the safety and well-being of your fellow students." The statement was clearly intended to frame Harry's resistance activities as dangerous and irresponsible, while positioning Dumbledore as a protective authority figure who was acting in the best interests of everyone involved. But the artificial nature of such manipulation had been thoroughly documented in the morning's publications, making the headmaster's techniques immediately recognizable to anyone who had read the evidence about conditioning methods and psychological control. "Professor Dumbledore," Harry replied with the calm confidence that characterized his authentic personality, "I think the evidence that has been published this morning speaks for itself regarding who has been endangering the safety and well-being of students at this school. The systematic psychological manipulation that you have been implementing for decades represents exactly the kind of institutional abuse that magical society has a responsibility to prevent and punish." The exchange was being witnessed by hundreds of students who were simultaneously processing their own recognition of conditioning effects, while observing a direct confrontation between the conspiracy's most powerful representative and the resistance leader who had coordinated their exposure. Luna appeared at Harry's side with the quiet confidence that had characterized her authentic personality since recovering her genuine identity, carrying additional documentation that provided comprehensive evidence about Dumbledore's specific role in coordinating conditioning programs throughout magical Britain. The evidence we have gathered demonstrates systematic coordination between educational institutions, government agencies, medical facilities, and financial organizations to implement psychological manipulation programs that have affected thousands of magical children over several decades, Luna said, her voice carrying the analytical precision that had made her such an effective researcher and resistance coordinator. Her statement was supported by magical recordings that had been prepared for exactly this moment, providing testimony from recovered victims throughout Britain and internationally who could document the conspiracy's methods and effects with first-hand experience that would be impossible to dismiss or discredit through conventional means. Dumbledore's response revealed the sophisticated psychological manipulation techniques that he had been using throughout his career, as he attempted to reframe the systematic abuse that had been documented as necessary protective measures implemented by caring adults who understood the complexities of magical child development better than the children themselves. The techniques you describe as manipulation and conditioning represent carefully developed methods for helping young witches and wizards navigate the challenges of growing up in a world where uncontrolled magical development can pose serious risks to themselves and others, the headmaster explained, his tone carrying the paternalistic authority that had previously made such explanations seem reasonable and caring. But the students who were listening to this exchange had spent the morning reading detailed analysis of exactly such manipulation techniques, along with testimony from hundreds of victims who had recovered their authentic memories and could demonstrate that the artificial limitations and personality modifications they had experienced served the conspiracy's control objectives rather than their own genuine well-being. Ginny stepped forward to join Harry and Luna, her recovered leadership capabilities making her a natural spokesperson for the student resistance network that had coordinated the exposure campaign. The evidence shows that what you call protective measures actually represent systematic psychological abuse designed to suppress our authentic personalities and capabilities in order to make us easier to control and manipulate, Ginny said, her voice carrying the moral clarity that had emerged as her conditioning was reversed and her genuine values were restored. She was joined by Neville, whose recovered confidence and analytical abilities made him an effective advocate for resistance objectives, while his personal transformation provided visible proof that the conditioning program could be successfully challenged and reversed. My own experience demonstrates the difference between authentic development and artificial limitation, Neville added, his voice steady and clear despite the magnitude of the confrontation they were engaging in. The capabilities and confidence that I have recovered through memory restoration were systematically suppressed to prevent me from developing into the person I was meant to become. The testimony was supported by dozens of other students who had participated in the mass awakening and could provide personal evidence about the effects of conditioning reversal on their authentic personalities, magical abilities, and capacity for genuine relationship and cooperation. But the most significant moment came when Severus Snape appeared in the Great Hall carrying comprehensive documentation of his own recovery from decades of conditioning that had controlled his responses and loyalties while making him serve the conspiracy's objectives through artificially maintained dedication to conflicting causes. The artificial nature of my loyalty to both sides of the conflict between light and dark magic has been completely documented through memory restoration techniques that revealed the systematic manipulation I experienced throughout my time as both student and teacher at this institution, Snape announced, his voice carrying none of the conflicted bitterness that had previously characterized his interactions with students and colleagues. His testimony provided crucial evidence from someone who had served in leadership positions within the conspiracy's operations, offering insider knowledge that demonstrated the systematic nature of the conditioning program, while showing that even extensively manipulated individuals could recover their authentic identities through appropriate intervention and support. The cumulative effect of this coordinated testimony created an overwhelming case for the existence and scope of the conditioning conspiracy that would be impossible for Dumbledore or other authority figures to dismiss or suppress through conventional means. But the most powerful element of their evidence was the systematic nature of the abuse that had been documented across multiple institutions, generations, and countries, demonstrating that what they were exposing represented not isolated incidents or individual misconduct, but coordinated international efforts to control magical populations according to elite interests rather than authentic community well-being. As the morning progressed, and news of the coordinated international exposure spread throughout magical Britain, the response from external authorities and institutions confirmed that the resistance networks had successfully achieved their primary objective of creating public scrutiny that would make continued suppression of evidence impossible. Ministry officials arrived at Hogwarts within hours of the initial publications, not to suppress the resistance or protect the conspiracy, but to begin formal investigations that had been triggered by coordinated political pressure from multiple countries and international magical organizations. The legal framework for challenging systematic conditioning had been prepared over years of careful work by resistance networks throughout the magical world, creating comprehensive strategies for prosecution and institutional reform that could be implemented once sufficient evidence and political support had been developed. Harry found himself serving not just as a witness to these proceedings, but as a symbolic leader whose successful recovery from extensive conditioning provided inspiration and hope for victims throughout the international magical community, while demonstrating that authentic human potential was stronger than any system designed to control and diminish it. But the most significant development was the spontaneous awakening that began occurring throughout Hogwarts as students who had never been exposed to formal conditioning. Reversal techniques began recovering their authentic memories and personalities simply through learning the truth about their manipulation and receiving support from classmates who had already undergone the recovery process. The mass awakening that Luna had carefully planned and implemented in the Chamber of Secrets had created a cascade effect that was spreading throughout the castle, as students helped each other recognize and overcome the artificial limitations that had controlled their development since childhood. Within days of the initial exposure, nearly half the student population had experienced some degree of authentic identity recovery, creating a fundamental transformation in the social and educational environment at Hogwarts that made continued implementation of conditioning programs impossible. The changes in student behavior, academic performance, and social relationships demonstrated the dramatic difference between authentic human development and artificially controlled personality formation, providing ongoing evidence for the effectiveness of resistance techniques while showing the potential for genuine educational communities based on student well-being rather than institutional control. Faculty members who had participated in implementing conditioning programs faced immediate suspension and formal investigation, while those who had been victims of manipulation themselves began their own recovery processes with support from the same networks that had helped student resistors reclaim their authentic identities. Professor McGonagall's recovery revealed that her stern but caring demeanor had been artificially enhanced to create the perfect surrogate parental figure for students who needed guidance and support, while her genuine personality was more collaborative and less authoritarian than her conditioned behavior had suggested. Other faculty members showed similar patterns of artificial personality traits that had been imposed to serve institutional control objectives rather than authentic educational relationships, demonstrating that the conspiracy had manipulated teachers as well as students to maintain their comprehensive social control systems. The transformation of Hogwarts from a conditioning facility disguised as a school into a genuine educational community based on student well-being and authentic development represented exactly the kind of institutional change that the resistance networks had been working to achieve throughout their years of underground organization and preparation. But the most profound change was in the relationships between students themselves, as the recovery of authentic personalities revealed natural compatibilities and shared interests that had been hidden beneath artificial social structures designed to prevent genuine cooperation and mutual support between potential resistors. Harry's relationship with his fellow resistors deepened and strengthened as they worked together to support the ongoing awakening process throughout the castle, while coordinating with international resistance networks to implement similar transformations at magical educational institutions throughout the world. Luna's analytical brilliance and research capabilities made her a natural leader for coordinating the technical aspects of mass awakening, while developing improved techniques that could be adapted for different cultural and institutional contexts. Ginny's leadership skills and strategic thinking proved crucial for managing the complex logistics involved in supporting hundreds of students through the psychological adjustment that accompanied authentic identity recovery, while maintaining security and preventing backlash from conspiracy supporters who had not yet been identified and neutralized. Neville's recovered tactical intelligence and moral clarity made him an effective coordinator for the institutional reforms that would be necessary to prevent future conditioning programs while ensuring that educational practices served student well-being rather than external control objectives. Snape's comprehensive knowledge of the conspiracy's operations provided crucial intelligence for identifying and neutralizing remaining aspects of the conditioning infrastructure, while developing security measures that could protect recovering victims from retaliation by conspiracy supporters who had escaped initial investigation and prosecution. The success of their resistance operation had exceeded their most optimistic expectations, not only exposing and dismantling the conditioning conspiracy, but also demonstrating alternative models for human cooperation and institutional organization that could serve as foundations for rebuilding magical society according to principles of authentic freedom and community well-being. The evidence they had gathered and the methods they had developed would be preserved and shared with future generations, ensuring that the knowledge necessary for recognizing and challenging systematic manipulation would be available to prevent similar abuse from emerging in different forms or contexts. But the most important legacy of their struggle was the authentic relationships and genuine communities that had emerged from their resistance activities, proving that human beings could cooperate effectively while maintaining their independence and personal integrity without requiring external control or artificial limitation of individual potential. As the immediate crisis of exposure and institutional transformation began to stabilize, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary journey that had brought him from isolated victim of systematic conditioning to authentic leader of a movement that had transformed the fundamental nature of magical civilization. The investigation that had begun with Luna showing him the truth-seers had revealed not just the existence of systematic manipulation, but the possibility for authentic human development and genuine community that did not require control or limitation to function effectively and harmoniously. The boy, who had been carefully constructed to serve someone else's vision of ideal society, had been replaced by an authentic individual whose genuine capabilities and values emerged through recovery from conditioning while forming relationships based on shared commitment to truth, freedom, and mutual well-being. The Harry Potter who stood in the transformed Great Hall of Hogwarts was not the famous victim of childhood trauma who had been shaped through systematic manipulation to serve predetermined roles in artificial conflicts, but a genuine person whose authentic potential had finally been allowed to develop according to his own values and choices. The magical world that was emerging from the collapse of the conditioning conspiracy would be fundamentally different from the controlled society that had preceded it, based on authentic human relationships and genuine cooperation rather than artificial structures designed to maintain elite control over popular development and community self-determination. Children throughout the magical world would grow up with the freedom to discover and develop their genuine potential without systematic interference from adults who believed they knew better than the children themselves what their futures should contain. Educational institutions would serve student well-being and authentic development rather than institutional control objectives, creating environments where young people could form genuine relationships while learning skills and knowledge that served their authentic interests rather than predetermined social roles. The future that Harry and his fellow resistors had made possible represented the triumph of authentic human potential over systematic control and artificial limitation, proving that genuine freedom and community well-being were not only compatible, but mutually reinforcing when people were allowed to develop and cooperate according to their authentic values and choices. The stakes had been enormous and the risks had been considerable, but the outcome had vindicated their commitment to truth and freedom over comfort and security, demonstrating that authentic resistance based on genuine relationships was more powerful than any system designed to control and manipulate human development. The conspiracy had possessed sophisticated techniques, extensive resources, and decades of experience in maintaining social control through psychological manipulation, but they had never faced the kind of authentic resistance that emerged when people recovered their genuine identities and formed communities based on shared values and mutual respect. The battle for truth had been won not through superior force or cleverness, but through the simple insistence that every person deserved the right to become their authentic self and form genuine relationships based on truth rather than manipulation, freedom rather than control, and community well-being rather than elite interests. The magical world would never be the same, and that transformation represented exactly the kind of authentic change that made all their struggles and sacrifices worthwhile. The future belonged to authentic human potential rather than artificial limitation, and Harry Potter had played his part in making that future possible. The following morning brought with it the familiar rhythm of Hogwarts life. But Harry found himself moving through his classes like an actor who had suddenly become aware of his audience. Every interaction with his professors carried new weight. Every casual conversation with classmates felt potentially scripted, and the very walls of the castle seemed to pulse with invisible watchers that monitored his every move. Potions with Professor Snape proved particularly unsettling when viewed through the lens of Luna's revelations. The man's obvious disdain for Harry had always felt genuine, almost refreshingly honest in its hostility. But now Harry wondered whether even Snape's antagonism served some larger purpose in his carefully orchestrated education. Perhaps the Potions Master's role was to provide a safe outlet for rebellious feelings, allowing Harry to direct his frustrations at an acceptable target rather than questioning the system itself. During Transfiguration, Professor McGonagall's stern but caring demeanor took on new implications. Her protective instincts toward Harry had always seemed maternal, a welcome contrast to the neglect he had experienced with the Dursleys. But what if those protective feelings had been artificially enhanced to create the perfect surrogate parental figure, someone who would guide him toward approved choices while maintaining the illusion of independence? The most disturbing moment came during lunch, when Hermione launched into another passionate defense of institutional authority. She was discussing the importance of following established procedures for reporting dark arts incidents, her arguments logical and well-researched as always. But Harry noticed details he had previously overlooked: the slight tremor in her hands when someone questioned ministry policies, the way her breathing became shallow whenever she was pressed on inconsistencies in official explanations. It was as if some part of her recognized the flaws in her own arguments, but was compelled to defend them anyway. The possibility that his best friend might be suffering from magical conditioning that made questioning authority physically uncomfortable filled Harry with a rage that he carefully concealed behind an expression of polite attention. Ron's easy companionship felt equally suspect under this new scrutiny. His friend's ability to diffuse Harry's more serious moods with humor and casual conversation had always been a source of comfort. But now Harry wondered whether Ron's presence served as an emotional anchor designed to prevent him from pursuing dangerous lines of inquiry. Every time Harry began to question something important, Ron seemed to appear with a distraction or a joke that redirected his attention toward safer topics. The day passed with agonizing slowness as Harry maintained his usual routines, while his mind raced with implications and possibilities. By the time evening arrived, he felt as though he had been holding his breath for hours, waiting for the chance to continue the conversation that had begun the night before in Luna's sanctuary. This time, he took extra precautions when leaving Gryffindor Tower. The invisibility cloak was only the first layer of concealment. He also cast a notice-me-not charm that would make casual observers less likely to register his presence even if they saw through his cloak. The Marauder's map showed the corridors clear of teachers and prefects, but Harry now wondered how much of the castle's surveillance network the map actually revealed. Luna was waiting for him in the abandoned classroom, surrounded by an even more impressive array of magical equipment than she had displayed the previous evening. Several tables had been arranged in a rough circle, each one covered with books, instruments, and what appeared to be various magical detecting devices. The Truth-Seers lay in the center of the arrangement, their modified lenses glinting in the light of dozens of floating candles. "You have been thinking about what we discussed," Luna observed as Harry settled into one of the chairs. The statement was not a question. Her ability to read people had always bordered on the supernatural, but now Harry wondered whether she possessed some form of natural legilimency that allowed her to perceive thoughts and emotions with unusual clarity. "I have been thinking about very little else," Harry admitted, accepting a pair of the enhanced spectacles that Luna offered him. "But I need to understand more about how this is possible. The scope of what you are suggesting would require incredible magical skill and resources. How could one person, even someone as powerful as Dumbledore, manage to manipulate so many people over such a long period of time?" Luna's smile was both proud and deeply sad as she gestured to the books and research materials that surrounded them. "That is exactly the question my mother spent years trying to answer." What she discovered was that Dumbledore was not working alone, and that the techniques being used were far more sophisticated than simple memory charms or imperious curses. She moved to one of the tables and picked up a leather-bound journal that looked significantly older than the materials Harry had seen the night before. "This contains my mother's original research notes from her investigation into what she called cognitive magic manipulation. The techniques she documented go far beyond anything taught at Hogwarts, or even mentioned in advanced academic texts." Harry opened the journal carefully, immediately recognizing the same precise handwriting that had characterized Luna's own research materials. But where Luna's notes maintained her characteristic dreamy optimism, her mother's writing carried an edge of growing horror as she documented the scope and sophistication of the manipulation techniques she had uncovered. The first section dealt with something called environmental conditioning, a process that used the physical spaces where children lived and learned to subtly influence their psychological development. According to Pandora Lovegood's research, everything from the colors used in decorating common rooms to the placement of furniture in classrooms could be calibrated to produce specific emotional responses and behavioral patterns. Hogwarts itself had been gradually modified over decades to serve as a massive psychological conditioning facility. The warm, welcoming atmosphere of Gryffindor Tower encouraged impulsive bravery while discouraging careful planning. The austere elegance of Ravenclaw's common room promoted intellectual achievement while subtly undermining emotional intelligence. Hufflepuff's cozy underground chambers fostered loyalty and cooperation while suppressing individual ambition. Even Slytherin's dungeon location served a purpose, creating an us-against-the-world mentality that made the house's members easier to manipulate through appeals to survival and advancement. Every aspect of the school's design had been carefully considered to shape the personalities of the children who spent their formative years within its walls. But environmental conditioning was only the beginning. The journal's second section documented something far more invasive, a sophisticated network of magical monitoring and response systems that tracked every student's psychological development and intervened whenever someone began to deviate from their intended personality profile. The portraits throughout the castle served as both surveillance devices and intervention tools, capable of delivering targeted emotional manipulation through carefully crafted conversations with students who spent time in their presence. The house ghosts played similar roles, their apparent eccentricity masking their function as psychological counselors who guided students toward approved behavioral patterns. Most disturbing of all was the revelation that the sorting hat itself had been modified to serve the system's purposes. Rather than simply identifying students' natural inclinations and placing them in appropriate houses, the hat now performed preliminary psychological assessments that determined which manipulation techniques would be most effective for each individual child. Luna watched Harry's growing horror with the patient attention of someone who had experienced the same revelation herself. My mother discovered that the entire wizarding education system had been transformed into a recruitment and conditioning program designed to produce specific types of adult wizards and witches. Most students graduate believing their personalities developed naturally, never realizing that their most fundamental characteristics were artificially created. Harry closed the journal and removed the truth-seers, needing a moment to process what he had learned without the added input of magical auras and concealment charms. The scope of the conspiracy Luna's mother had uncovered was staggering, involving not just Dumbledore, but potentially dozens of other authority figures throughout the magical education system. "If this is all true," Harry said slowly, "then how did your mother manage to investigate it without being detected and stopped?" "She was not stopped," Luna replied quietly. "She was killed." The words hung in the air between them like a physical presence, carrying implications that Harry was not certain he was prepared to confront. Luna's mother had died in what was officially described as a spell experiment gone wrong, a tragic accident that claimed the life of a brilliant but reckless researcher. But if Luna was right about the conspiracy, then Pandora Lovegood might have been murdered to prevent her from exposing the truth about what was being done to magical children. "You think she was assassinated?" Harry said, the words feeling strange and dangerous in his mouth. "I think she discovered something that certain people were willing to kill to keep hidden," Luna replied, with the matter-of-fact tone she might have used to discuss the weather. "The official story about her death contains several inconsistencies that become quite obvious once you know to look for them." She moved to another table and retrieved a thick folder filled with what appeared to be official ministry documents and newspaper clippings. "These are copies of the investigation reports, witness statements, and press coverage surrounding my mother's death. Compare them to her research notes from the weeks before the accident, and you will see that she had made several significant breakthroughs that would have exposed the entire operation." Harry spent the next hour reviewing the documents Luna had assembled, his sense of unease growing with each page. The official investigation had been cursory at best, conducted by ministry officials who seemed more interested in closing the case quickly than in uncovering the truth. Key pieces of evidence had been overlooked or dismissed. Witnesses had given contradictory statements that were never properly reconciled, and the scene of the accident had been cleared before independent experts could examine it. Most tellingly, several of Pandora's research materials had disappeared before the investigators arrived, including her most recent notes about memory modification techniques and the identity of the authority figures involved in the conspiracy. The theft suggested that someone had known about her work and acted quickly to prevent it from becoming public knowledge. The picture that emerged was of a woman who had gotten too close to dangerous secrets and paid the ultimate price for her curiosity. Luna's matter-of-fact acceptance of her mother's likely murder spoke to a strength and determination that Harry had not fully appreciated before. She was not simply seeking answers about magical manipulation. She was trying to complete her mother's work and expose the people responsible for her death. "What do you think she discovered that made her such a threat?" Harry asked, studying Luna's composed expression for any sign of the grief and anger she must be feeling. "I believe she identified the specific individuals responsible for implementing the conditioning program," Luna replied, her voice steady despite the weight of what she was suggesting. Her final research notes mention a group she called the Shepherds, authority figures throughout the magical world who coordinate their efforts to guide the development of each generation of young wizards and witches. She moved to the wall chart that dominated one side of the room, pointing to connections between different names and institutions that Harry had not noticed the night before. The pattern suggests a highly organized conspiracy involving not just Hogwarts, but the Ministry of Magic, St. Mungo's Hospital, and even some of the major wizarding families. They work together to identify children with exceptional potential and systematically alter their personalities to serve what they consider the greater good. Harry studied the chart more carefully, beginning to understand the scope of what Luna's mother had uncovered. If the Shepherds existed as described, they represented a shadow government that exercised more real power over the wizarding world than any elected official or appointed administrator. They decided which children would become leaders, which would serve as followers, and which represented potential threats that needed to be neutralized. The implications for his own life were staggering. Everything from his placement with the Dursleys to his sorting into Gryffindor to his friendship with Ron and Hermione might have been orchestrated by people who saw him not as an individual with rights and choices, but as a resource to be shaped and deployed according to their vision of the future. "How do we fight something like this?" Harry asked, feeling overwhelmed by the magnitude of what they were facing. Luna's expression brightened with something that might have been hope mixed with determination. "We start by learning to see ourselves and our world as they truly are, rather than as we have been conditioned to perceive them. My mother developed techniques for removing the psychological conditioning and recovering suppressed memories. If we can apply those techniques to ourselves, we might be able to break free from their influence and help others do the same." She moved to the final table in their makeshift laboratory, revealing an array of potions, crystals, and magical instruments that looked like they belonged in the private laboratory of a master legilimens. The centerpiece was a shallow bowl, filled with what appeared to be liquid silver, its surface rippling with patterns that reminded Harry uncomfortably of the pensieve in Dumbledore's office. "This is a memory restoration basin," Luna explained, her voice taking on the focused intensity that Harry was beginning to associate with her most serious magical work. "My mother created it, using principles of advanced legilimency, combined with alchemical techniques that can neutralize the magical signatures left behind by memory modification spells." Harry approached the basin carefully, noting the complex runic inscriptions that covered its rim and the subtle magical aura that surrounded the entire device. The implications of what Luna was suggesting were both terrifying and liberating. If they could use her mother's techniques to recover their authentic memories and personalities, they would finally understand who they truly were beneath the layers of conditioning and manipulation. But the process would also force them to confront the possibility that everything they believed about themselves, their relationships, and their place in the world was fundamentally false. The comfortable certainties that had sustained them through their childhood and adolescence would be stripped away, leaving them to rebuild their identities from scratch. "What would you be looking for if you used this on me?" Harry asked, studying his reflection in the bowl's silvery surface. "Memory gaps, artificial emotional responses, and personality traits that seem inconsistent with your natural inclinations," Luna replied without hesitation. "Based on what I have observed about your behavior and what my mother's research suggests about conditioning techniques, I suspect we would find extensive evidence of manipulation dating back to your early childhood." She gestured to a chair positioned near the basin, its arms fitted with restraints that would keep a subject still during the memory recovery process. "The procedure requires complete stillness and concentration, as we will be attempting to separate your authentic memories from the artificial constructs that have been layered over them. It can be quite disorienting, and there is always the risk that we might discover things you would prefer not to know." Harry considered the implications of what Luna was offering, the chance to finally understand his own past, to recover memories that had been stolen from him, to learn who he truly was beneath the layers of conditioning and manipulation. But also the certainty that whatever he learned would fundamentally change how he saw himself and everyone he cared about. The decision, when it came, felt inevitable. He had spent too many years accepting explanations that did not quite make sense, trusting people who might have been manipulating him, and living a life that might belong to someone else entirely. The truth, whatever it cost him, had become more important than any comfortable lie. "I want to try it," Harry said, settling into the chair beside the basin. "But first I need you to promise me something. If we discover that our friendship is not genuine, if it turns out that your interest in helping me was artificially created as part of some larger manipulation, I want you to tell me. I would rather know the truth and lose everything than continue living a lie." Luna's smile was radiant with something that looked remarkably like genuine affection, untainted by the artificial warmth that characterized so many of his other relationships. "Harry Potter," she said, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder, "what we are about to do will reveal whether any of our feelings and connections are authentic. But I can tell you with complete certainty that my decision to help you comes from my own heart, not from any external influence." She began preparing the memory restoration process, explaining each step as she worked to help Harry understand what was happening. The basin would allow them to examine his memories in a controlled environment, identifying which ones showed signs of artificial modification and which appeared to be genuine recollections of actual events. The first memories they examined were from his earliest years at Hogwarts, and the results were immediately disturbing. His recollection of the sorting ceremony showed clear signs of magical alteration, with entire sections that had been carefully edited to support the narrative of his belonging in Gryffindor House. The authentic memory revealed that the Sorting Hat had actually considered placing him in Ravenclaw, recognizing his intelligence and curiosity as potentially more defining characteristics than his courage. But someone had modified his memory of the conversation, adding artificial dialogue that supported his placement in Gryffindor and removed the Hat's observations about his natural inclination towards scholarly pursuits. The manipulation was so subtle that Harry had never questioned his recollection of the event, despite the fact that it felt somewhat disconnected from his actual personality and interests. Even more disturbing was the discovery that his memory of meeting Ron Weasley on the Hogwarts Express had been altered to enhance the emotional significance of their first interaction. The authentic memory showed a pleasant but unremarkable conversation between two 11-year-old boys, while the modified version included artificial warmth and connection that had convinced Harry he had found his first real friend. As they continued examining his memories from first year, the pattern of manipulation became increasingly clear. Every significant relationship, every important decision, every moment of personal growth had been subtly altered to support a predetermined narrative about his development and destiny. He had never been allowed to form genuine connections or make authentic choices about his own life. Luna worked with quiet efficiency, documenting each instance of memory modification and carefully separating the authentic recollections from the artificial constructs. Her mother's techniques proved remarkably effective at identifying the magical signatures left behind by memory charms, revealing the true scope of what had been done to Harry's developing psyche. The most disturbing discovery came when they examined his memories of the summer before second year. The authentic recollections showed that he had actually enjoyed several weeks of relative freedom at the Dursleys, during which his accidental magic had begun manifesting in more controlled and purposeful ways. He had started experimenting with wandless spell casting and had even managed to unlock some of his suppressed memories from early childhood. But those memories had been completely erased and replaced with recollections of imprisonment, abuse, and helplessness that reinforced his dependence on the magical world and its authority figures. The real Harry had been growing in confidence and independence. The conditioned version remained traumatized and desperate for approval from the adults who claimed to have his best interests at heart. By the time they finished examining his memories from his first 3 years at Hogwarts, Harry felt as though he was looking at the life of a stranger. The boy in those recollections bore little resemblance to the person he believed himself to be, and the relationships that had defined his identity were revealed to be elaborate fictions designed to serve someone else's agenda. Luna helped him process what they had discovered, her presence providing an anchor of authenticity in a world that suddenly felt entirely artificial. The evidence of manipulation was overwhelming, affecting every aspect of his psychological and emotional development since childhood. He had never been allowed to become his authentic self, never been permitted to form genuine relationships, never been given the chance to make real choices about his own destiny. But alongside the horror of these revelations came something that might have been relief. For the first time in his life, Harry understood why he had always felt disconnected from his own experiences, why his emotions often seemed to shift unpredictably, why he had never felt entirely comfortable in his own skin. The artificial conditioning explained the constant sense that he was performing a role rather than living an authentic life. "What happens now?" Harry asked as Luna began cleaning up their makeshift laboratory. "Now that we know what was done to me, how do we fix it?" Luna's expression was both hopeful and determined as she carefully packed away her mother's research materials. "Now we begin the process of recovering your authentic self," she said. "The memory modifications can be reversed, but it will take time and careful work to separate your genuine personality from the artificial constructs that have been layered over it." She gestured to the evidence they had collected during their session, dozens of magical recordings that documented the extent of Harry's conditioning. "We also need to decide what to do with this evidence. My mother died trying to expose this conspiracy, but we now have proof that could potentially bring down the entire system. Harry considered the implications of what Luna was suggesting. Making their discoveries public would certainly expose the truth about the conditioning program, but it would also put them in tremendous danger. If Luna's mother had been murdered for getting too close to these secrets, what would happen to two teenage students who possessed comprehensive evidence of the conspiracy? On the other hand, allowing the system to continue meant that hundreds of other children would suffer the same fate that had befallen them. Future generations of young witches and wizards would be systematically robbed of their authentic selves, shaped and molded to serve the purposes of people who believed they knew what was best for everyone else. The decision, when it came, felt as inevitable as his choice to undergo the memory restoration process. They could not allow the conditioning program to continue, regardless of the personal cost. Too many lives had already been destroyed by people who justified their actions through appeals to the greater good. "We exposed them," Harry said with a certainty that surprised him. "We gather more evidence, document everything we can about how the system works, and then we find a way to make it public. Whatever they do to us afterward, at least other children will have a chance to grow up as themselves, rather than as someone else's vision of what they should become." Luna's smile was radiant with shared purpose and determination. "Then we had better get started," she said, already reaching for her mother's research notes. "Because if we are going to take on the most powerful conspiracy in the magical world, we are going to need all the help we can get." As Harry prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower, his mind was already racing with plans and possibilities. The evidence they had gathered was damning, but they would need much more if they hoped to convince anyone that the conspiracy existed. They would also need allies, people who had been similarly affected by the conditioning program and were willing to fight back against their manipulators. Most importantly, they would need to be extremely careful. If Luna was right about her mother's death, then their investigation had already crossed the line from simple curiosity into dangerous territory. The people responsible for the conditioning program had killed to protect their secrets before, and they would certainly be willing to do so again if they felt threatened. But for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, Harry felt like he was finally living his own life rather than performing someone else's script. The authentic memories Luna had helped him recover showed a boy who was curious, independent, and capable of remarkable magical feats when not constrained by artificial limitations. That boy had been buried under layers of conditioning and manipulation, but he was still there, waiting to be fully restored. The journey ahead would be dangerous and difficult, but it would also be entirely his own choice. No one had programmed him to seek the truth about his conditioning. No one had manipulated him into forming an alliance with Luna, and no one had forced him to risk everything in pursuit of authentic freedom. These thoughts and decisions belonged to him alone, and that knowledge was more precious than any comfortable lie the shepherds might have constructed around his life. Whatever happened next, Harry Potter would face it as himself, not as someone else's carefully crafted creation. The last thing he saw before leaving Luna's sanctuary was her mother's research chart, with its web of connections and influences that stretched across generations of magical families. Tomorrow, they would begin adding their own discoveries to that pattern, building the case that would eventually expose the truth about what had been done to countless children in the name of the greater good. And somewhere in that effort, Harry would finally discover who he truly was, when stripped of all the artificial influences that had shaped his development. The prospect was both terrifying and exhilarating, but it was entirely his own, and that made all the difference in the world. The days following Harry's first memory restoration session passed in a haze of conflicting emotions and disturbing revelations. Every interaction with his friends and teachers carried new weight, now that he understood the artificial nature of so many of his relationships. The casual conversations in the Gryffindor common room felt like elaborate performances, with each participant unconsciously playing roles that had been carefully scripted by people they had never met. But it was the gaps in his memory that troubled Harry most. Luna's techniques had revealed the presence of extensive conditioning, but they had also shown him tantalizing fragments of suppressed recollections that seemed to belong to an entirely different version of his childhood. Images of himself as a younger boy, perhaps 8 or 9 years old, reading books about magic with intense fascination and practicing wandless spells with remarkable success for someone so young. These glimpses of his authentic past created a hunger for complete understanding that made it difficult to focus on anything else. During charms class, Professor Flitwick's enthusiastic instruction about the proper wand movements for summoning charms felt trivial compared to the recovered memory of performing the same spell wandlessly at age 8. In Transfiguration, McGonagall's careful explanation of the theoretical foundations of object transformation paled beside his recollection of intuitively understanding the process years before he had ever heard of Hogwarts. The most disturbing discovery was that his magical abilities appeared to have been deliberately suppressed along with his memories. The boy in his recovered recollections had displayed a natural affinity for magic that far exceeded anything he had demonstrated since arriving at Hogwarts. It was as if someone had decided that his authentic magical development posed a threat that needed to be contained through systematic conditioning and psychological manipulation. Luna had arranged another meeting for that evening, promising to share techniques her mother had developed for recovering more extensive memory sequences. But first, Harry needed to survive another day of classes while pretending that everything was normal, that he had not discovered evidence of a conspiracy that reached into every aspect of his education and development. Defense against the dark arts proved particularly challenging in this regard. Their current professor, a nervous man named Quirinus Quirrell, who seemed to jump at his own shadow, was discussing the importance of recognizing dark arts influences in everyday magical objects. The irony was not lost on Harry, who now understood that the greatest dark arts influence in his life came not from obviously malevolent sources, but from the trusted authority figures who claimed to have his best interests at heart. During lunch, Hermione launched into one of her characteristic lectures about the importance of following established academic procedures and trusting in institutional wisdom. Her arguments were as logical and well-researched as always, but Harry found himself studying her physical responses to her own words. The slight tremor in her hands, the shallow breathing, the way her voice became strained whenever someone questioned the fundamental assumptions underlying her position. If Luna was right about the conditioning techniques being used at Hogwarts, then Hermione's fierce defense of authority might not reflect her authentic personality at all. Perhaps the real Hermione Granger was naturally skeptical and independent, but had been systematically conditioned to channel her intellectual gifts toward supporting the existing power structure rather than questioning it. Ron's presence felt equally artificial under this new scrutiny. His easy humor and casual attitude toward their studies had always provided a counterbalance to Hermione's academic intensity, creating what seemed like a natural friendship dynamic among the three of them. But now Harry wondered whether Ron's role in their group had been deliberately cultivated to serve as an emotional anchor, keeping Harry grounded and preventing him from pursuing lines of inquiry that might prove dangerous to those in authority. The most unsettling aspect of these observations was how seamlessly the artificial elements had been integrated with what appeared to be genuine personality traits. Hermione's love of learning seemed authentic, even if her deference to authority had been artificially enhanced. Ron's loyalty to his friends felt real, even if his tendency to discourage serious conversations about important topics might have been programmed. This blending of authentic and artificial characteristics suggested a level of sophistication in the conditioning techniques that went far beyond simple memory charms or behavioral modification spells. Someone had invested enormous time and effort in creating psychological profiles that would seem natural while still serving the desired control functions. As the day wore on, Harry found himself paying closer attention to the other students in his year, looking for signs of the conditioning patterns Luna had described. Neville's nervous demeanor and apparent lack of confidence took on new significance when viewed as potentially artificial constraints on his natural magical abilities. Dean Thomas's casual acceptance of his father's abandonment seemed suspicious when examined alongside the possibility that family histories had been systematically altered to create desired psychological outcomes. Even Seamus Finnegan's reputation for explosive magical accidents began to look different when considered as a potential method for suppressing his developing pyrotechnic abilities. Perhaps the real Seamus possessed remarkable control over fire magic, but had been conditioned to believe himself clumsy and dangerous to prevent him from exploring his full potential. The cumulative effect of these observations was to transform Hogwarts from a place of learning and discovery into something that resembled a sophisticated psychological laboratory where children were systematically molded to fit predetermined roles in wizarding society. The warm, nurturing environment that had initially seemed like such a welcome contrast to his life with the Dursleys now felt like an elaborate trap designed to create the illusion of freedom while maintaining complete control over every aspect of his development. Evening could not arrive soon enough. Harry made his usual excuses to Ron and Hermione, claiming fatigue from the demanding schedule of fourth-year classes, and slipped out of Gryffindor Tower under his invisibility cloak. This time, he took even more elaborate precautions, casting multiple concealment charms and taking a circuitous route through lesser-known passages to avoid the main corridors where portraits might observe his movements. Luna was waiting for him in their hidden sanctuary, but she was not alone. A middle-aged man with the same distinctive pale eyes and dreamy expression sat beside her, studying what appeared to be a collection of official ministry documents with intense concentration. Harry recognized him immediately as Xenophilius Lovegood, Luna's father and the editor of the Quibbler magazine. "Harry," Luna said, as he removed his invisibility cloak, "I would like you to meet my father properly. He has been instrumental in helping me continue my mother's research, and tonight he brings information that I believe you will find quite disturbing." Xenophilius looked up from his documents and fixed Harry with a gaze that was remarkably similar to his daughter's in its ability to see beyond surface appearances. "Mr. Potter," he said, in a voice that carried the same otherworldly quality that characterized Luna's speech, "I am afraid that what Luna has told you about the conditioning program represents only the beginning of what we have discovered. The conspiracy she has uncovered reaches far deeper into the foundations of wizarding society than either of you yet realizes." Harry settled into one of the chairs that had been arranged around their makeshift conference table, noting that Luna had expanded her research materials to include several additional categories of evidence: ministry documents, hospital records, family genealogies, and what appeared to be financial records from Gringotts Wizarding Bank covered every available surface. "What have you found?" Harry asked, though part of him dreaded the answer. Xenophilius gestured to the documents spread before him, his expression growing troubled as he began to explain the scope of their discoveries. "We have been investigating the official records surrounding your placement with the Dursley family, and what we have found suggests that the arrangement was far more deliberate and systematic than the simple emergency placement that has been described in official accounts." He handed Harry a thick folder filled with what appeared to be legal documents, correspondence, and financial records dating back to shortly after his parents' deaths. "According to these materials, your placement with the Dursleys was not arranged by Dumbledore acting alone, but was instead the result of a carefully coordinated effort involving multiple government agencies and financial institutions." Harry opened the folder and immediately saw his own name on dozens of documents he had never known existed. Guardianship papers that had been filed without his knowledge or consent. Financial arrangements that gave the Dursleys substantial compensation for his care while simultaneously restricting his access to his own inheritance. Medical authorizations that allowed certain individuals to make decisions about his physical and psychological treatment without consulting him or any independent advocate. The picture that emerged was of a systematic effort to ensure his complete dependence on approved authority figures while preventing him from developing the resources or connections that might allow him to act independently. Every aspect of his legal and financial status had been carefully controlled to maintain the illusion of protection while actually ensuring his vulnerability to manipulation. But the most disturbing discovery was a series of contracts between the Dursleys and various wizarding institutions that provided them with detailed instructions about his psychological conditioning. The documents showed that his relatives had been paid substantial sums to implement specific behavioral modification techniques designed to suppress his magical development and create artificial trauma responses that would make him more susceptible to later manipulation. Luna moved to stand beside him as he reviewed the evidence, her presence providing comfort in the face of these devastating revelations. The Dursleys were not simply neglectful or abusive relatives who happened to dislike magic, she explained quietly. They were paid contractors who implemented a carefully designed program of psychological conditioning that was intended to prepare you for the next phase of manipulation when you arrived at Hogwarts. Harry felt a cold rage building in his chest as he processed what Luna and her father had discovered. Everything he had endured during his childhood, every moment of neglect and abuse, every instance of being made to feel unwanted and worthless, had been deliberately orchestrated by people who claimed to have his best interests at heart. The Dursleys had not mistreated him out of simple prejudice or ignorance. They had been following a script provided by the same individuals who later positioned themselves as his rescuers and protectors. Xenophilius continued his explanation, his voice growing more somber as he described the full scope of what they had uncovered. The conditioning program appears to have multiple phases, Mr. Potter. The childhood trauma you experienced with the Dursleys was designed to create specific psychological vulnerabilities that could later be exploited through targeted interventions at Hogwarts. Your gratitude toward those who rescued you from that environment, your willingness to accept guidance from authority figures, your tendency to sacrifice yourself for others, all of these responses were artificially created through systematic psychological manipulation. Harry closed the folder and looked up at Luna and her father, feeling as though he was seeing them clearly for the first time since this investigation had begun. These two people, who had no official connection to his life and no apparent reason to risk themselves on his behalf, had uncovered more truth about his situation than all the adults who claimed to care about him combined. "Why are you helping me?" Harry asked, the question carrying more weight than simple curiosity. "If what you have discovered is accurate, then exposing this conspiracy will put you in tremendous danger. What do you gain from taking these risks?" Luna and her father exchanged a look that spoke of shared grief and determination. Xenophilius was the first to respond, his voice carrying an edge of barely controlled anger that Harry had never heard before. "Because, Mr. Potter, my wife died trying to expose this same conspiracy. She discovered that the conditioning program extended far beyond individual cases like yours to encompass a systematic effort to control the development of an entire generation of magical children. When she tried to publish her findings, she was murdered to prevent the truth from becoming public knowledge." Luna took up the explanation, her usually dreamy demeanor replaced by focused intensity. "We continue her work not only to seek justice for her death, but because we believe that hundreds of other children are currently suffering the same fate that befell you. Every year, new students arrive at Hogwarts believing they are beginning their magical education, when in reality, they are being processed through a sophisticated system designed to strip them of their authentic selves and remake them as servants of someone else's vision of the greater good." Harry felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders like a physical burden. If Luna and her father were right, then his personal quest to understand his own conditioning was part of a much larger struggle that affected countless other young witches and wizards. The decision of whether to pursue this investigation was no longer simply about his own freedom. It was about preventing future generations of children from suffering the same systematic abuse. The choice, when it came, felt inevitable. "We need to recover more of my authentic memories," Harry said, meeting Luna's steady gaze. "If we are going to expose this conspiracy, we need to understand exactly how the conditioning process works and gather evidence that will convince people that it actually exists, Luna smiled with something that might have been relief, mixed with determination. "Then we continue with the memory restoration process," she said, already moving toward the sophisticated magical equipment her mother had developed. "But tonight, we focus on your earliest suppressed recollections. The memories from before your placement with the Dursleys that will show us who you were meant to become." Over the next several hours, Harry underwent the most comprehensive memory restoration session yet attempted. Luna's techniques had grown more sophisticated as she gained experience with her mother's equipment, and she was now able to access memory sequences that had been buried under multiple layers of conditioning and magical interference. The results were both fascinating and deeply disturbing. The authentic memories that emerged showed a version of Harry's early childhood that bore no resemblance to the official accounts of his development. Rather than the traumatized, helpless infant that appeared in most descriptions of his rescue from Godric's Hollow, the recovered memories revealed a remarkably resilient and magically gifted child who had begun displaying extraordinary abilities within months of his parents' deaths. The earliest authentic recollections showed him living not with the Dursleys immediately after his parents' deaths, but in what appeared to be a safe house operated by Order of the Phoenix members who were genuinely committed to his welfare. For nearly 2 years, he had been cared for by adults who understood his magical nature and encouraged his developing abilities while providing the emotional support he needed to process the trauma of losing his parents. During this period, his accidental magic had manifested in increasingly sophisticated ways, suggesting that his natural magical development was far more advanced than anything he had demonstrated since arriving at Hogwarts. He had shown an intuitive understanding of wandless spell casting, an unusual affinity for protective charms, and what appeared to be nascent abilities in several advanced magical disciplines, including legilimency and magical healing. But most importantly, the memories showed a child who was naturally curious, independent, and remarkably resilient in the face of adversity. The authentic Harry Potter had possessed a strong sense of self and an innate resistance to manipulation that would have made him extremely difficult to control through conventional means. The transformation of this confident, magically gifted child into the traumatized, dependent boy who had arrived at Hogwarts represented a systematic destruction of his authentic personality that was breathtaking in its thoroughness and cruelty. Every strength had been turned into a vulnerability, every natural talent had been suppressed or redirected, and every positive relationship had been severed to ensure his complete dependence on approved authority figures. Luna documented each recovered memory with meticulous care, building a comprehensive record of the conditioning process that had been used to transform Harry's personality. The evidence they were gathering was damning, showing not just the existence of the conspiracy, but the specific techniques used to implement it and the devastating effects on its victims. But the most disturbing discovery came when they examined the memories surrounding his transfer from the safe house to the Dursleys. The authentic recollections showed that he had actually tried to resist the placement, demonstrating both magical abilities and emotional maturity that were far beyond what would be expected from a 3-year-old child. His protests had been ignored, and he had been subjected to a series of memory modification procedures that were designed not just to suppress his recollections of his time in the safe house, but to fundamentally alter his personality in ways that would make him more susceptible to future manipulation. The process had been supervised by individuals whose magical signatures he now recognized as belonging to some of the most trusted figures in his current life. As the memory restoration session concluded, Harry found himself confronting a truth that was almost too devastating to accept. The people he had trusted most, the individuals who had positioned themselves as his protectors and guides, had been the architects of his systematic psychological destruction. They had taken a strong, confident, magically gifted child and deliberately broken him down to create the dependent, grateful, easily manipulated boy who had entered Hogwarts 4 years earlier. The authentic memories showed him not just who he had been, but who he was meant to become. The natural magical abilities that had been suppressed, the emotional resilience that had been systematically undermined, the independent spirit that had been carefully contained. All of these authentic characteristics remained within him, buried under layers of conditioning, but not permanently destroyed. Luna helped him process what they had discovered, her presence providing an anchor of genuine connection in a world that suddenly felt entirely artificial. The evidence we have gathered tonight proves beyond any doubt that the conditioning program exists, and that it has been used against you in the most comprehensive way possible, she said, as they reviewed the magical recordings of his recovered memories. But more importantly, she continued, it shows us that your authentic self was never actually destroyed, only hidden. The confident, magically gifted child in these memories still exists within you, waiting to be fully restored. The conditioning can be reversed, Harry, but it will require time, effort, and tremendous courage to confront the full scope of what has been done to you. Xenophilius had remained silent during most of the memory restoration process, but now he spoke with quiet intensity about the implications of what they had discovered. Mr. Potter, he said, what you have experienced represents the most sophisticated application of psychological manipulation techniques that we have ever documented. The individuals responsible for your conditioning possess knowledge and resources that go far beyond anything officially acknowledged in magical academia or government circles. He gestured to the evidence they had assembled, dozens of magical recordings and documents that told the story of a conspiracy that reached into every aspect of wizarding society. This suggests that we are dealing not with a small group of rogue operators, but with an organized network that has been operating for decades and possesses the power to manipulate government agencies, educational institutions, and even family relationships to serve their purposes. The implications of what Xenophilius was suggesting were staggering. If the conditioning program was as extensive and well-organized as their evidence indicated, then it represented a shadow government that exercised more real control over wizarding society than any elected officials or appointed administrators. The shepherds, as Luna's mother had called them, were not simply influential individuals pursuing their own agendas. They were a coordinated conspiracy that had been systematically reshaping magical civilization for generations. Harry felt the weight of this revelation settling over him like a suffocating blanket. The conspiracy they were investigating was not something that could be exposed through conventional means or challenged through normal political processes. The very institutions that should have protected him and other children from abuse were either compromised or directly involved in implementing the conditioning program. What do we do with this information? Harry asked, gesturing to the overwhelming evidence they had assembled. How do we expose something this extensive and well protected? Luna's expression was thoughtful as she considered the challenge they were facing. We continue gathering evidence and documenting everything we can about how the system works, she said. But we also need to find other victims of the conditioning program and help them recover their authentic memories. The more people who understand what has been done to them, the harder it will become for the shepherds to maintain their control. She moved to a section of her research materials that Harry had not seen before, revealing what appeared to be preliminary profiles of other Hogwarts students who showed signs of conditioning. I have been using my mother's techniques to identify classmates who display the characteristic patterns of memory modification and personality manipulation. Some of them, I believe, would be willing to join our investigation if they understood what had been done to them. Harry studied the profiles Luna had assembled, recognizing several names from his own year and others from different houses and age groups. The scope of the conditioning program was even more extensive than he had imagined, affecting students from every background and magical tradition. The shepherds had not limited their activities to a few high-profile cases like his own. They had systematically processed hundreds of children through their psychological manipulation techniques. The realization that so many of his classmates might be victims of the same conspiracy filled Harry with a determination that surprised him with its intensity. These were not just statistics or case studies. They were individual human beings who had been robbed of their authentic selves and forced to live lives that had been designed by others. Each one deserved the chance to discover who they truly were beneath the layers of conditioning and manipulation. "We start reaching out to them," Harry said, his voice carrying a certainty that seemed to come from the recovered, authentic memories of his stronger, more confident younger self. "We help them understand what has been done to them, and we give them the choice of whether to reclaim their real identities or continue living the lives that have been imposed upon them." Luna's smile was radiant with shared purpose and hope. "Then we had better prepare carefully," she said, "because once we begin helping others recover their authentic memories, we will be declaring war on the most powerful conspiracy in the magical world. They will not hesitate to use any means necessary to protect their secrets, including the same methods they used against my mother." As Harry prepared to return to Gryffindor Tower, his mind was already racing with plans and possibilities. The evidence they had gathered was more than sufficient to prove the existence of the conditioning program, but they would need allies if they hoped to challenge something as extensive and well-protected as the Shepherd's network. The recovered memories of his authentic childhood had shown him that he possessed far greater magical abilities and emotional resilience than he had ever been allowed to develop. Those suppressed capabilities would be crucial in the struggle ahead, as would the genuine connections he was forming with Luna and her father. For the first time since learning about the conspiracy, Harry felt something that might have been optimism. The conditioning program was extensive and sophisticated, but it was not impregnable. Every victim who recovered their authentic memories weakened the Shepherd's control, and every person who understood the truth about the manipulation made it harder for the conspiracy to operate in secrecy. The journey ahead would be dangerous and difficult, requiring them to challenge some of the most powerful individuals in wizarding society, while avoiding the same fate that had befallen Luna's mother. But it would also offer the chance to help countless other victims reclaim their stolen identities and build authentic lives free from manipulation. As Harry made his way back through the hidden passages of Hogwarts, he carried with him not just the devastating knowledge of what had been done to him, but also the hope that authentic change was possible. The confident, magically gifted child in his recovered memories had not been destroyed. He had simply been buried under layers of conditioning that could be systematically removed. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and new opportunities to gather evidence about the conspiracy. But tonight, for the first time in years, Harry Potter felt like he was finally becoming the person he was always meant to be, rather than the carefully constructed fiction that others had imposed upon him. The transformation would not be easy or quick, but it would be entirely his own choice, guided by his authentic values and natural abilities rather than the artificial constraints that had defined his life for so long. And that knowledge, hard-won though it was, felt like the first real freedom he had experienced since his parents' deaths. Think about this for a moment. How many times in your own life have you felt like you were living up to someone else's expectations rather than following your own authentic path? Sometimes the most radical act is simply choosing to be genuinely yourself, even when the world seems determined to shape you into something else. If this story resonates with you, I would love to hear about your own experiences with finding your authentic voice in the comments below. The plan to infiltrate Gringotts required preparation that extended far beyond anything Harry had previously attempted. Luna's father had spent weeks cultivating contacts within the magical underground, people who existed on the margins of wizarding society and possessed skills that were not taught in any legitimate institution. The documents they needed to access were protected by goblin magic that was older and more sophisticated than anything used by the Ministry, requiring techniques that bordered on the illegal. Xenophilius had arranged for them to meet with a forger whose reputation extended throughout the shadowy networks of people who made their living by circumventing official channels. The woman who appeared at their sanctuary 3 nights after Harry's memory restoration session looked nothing like the stereotypical image of a criminal. She was middle-aged, elegantly dressed, and carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone who possessed rare and valuable skills. "Mundungus Fletcher owes me several favors," she explained, as she examined the preliminary identification documents that Xenophilius had procured through his journalistic contacts. "But what you are asking me to create goes far beyond simple identity papers. Gaining access to the restricted record sections of Gringotts will require documents that can withstand scrutiny by goblin detection magic, and that level of authenticity comes with considerable risks for everyone involved." Luna studied the woman with the same intense focus she applied to her magical research, clearly evaluating both her capabilities and her trustworthiness. "What would you need from us to create documents of sufficient quality?" she asked, her voice carrying none of its usual dreamy quality. The forger smiled with something that might have been professional pride. "3 things," she replied without hesitation. "First, a substantial payment in untraceable galleons, which I assume Mr. Lovegood can provide through his magazine's discretionary funds. Second, several days to complete the work properly, as goblin forgery detection requires techniques that cannot be rushed. Third, and most importantly, your word that these documents will not be used for anything that would bring goblin vengeance down upon my head." Harry found himself impressed by the woman's direct approach and obvious competence. The criminal networks that operated on the margins of wizarding society clearly functioned according to their own codes of professionalism and mutual protection. After years of being surrounded by people whose motivations were hidden behind layers of manipulation and deception, there was something refreshing about dealing with someone who stated her terms clearly and honestly. "We need access to historical financial records and sealed legal documents," Harry explained, deciding that partial honesty was the best approach. "We are investigating irregularities in the management of certain family estates, and we believe that Gringotts' records will contain evidence of systematic financial manipulation that has been concealed from the affected families." The forger nodded thoughtfully, clearly familiar with this type of investigation. Financial manipulation cases often involve powerful individuals who prefer to keep their activities private, she observed. "The documents I create for you will need to identify you as legitimate researchers with proper authorization to access restricted materials. That will require not just forged papers, but also detailed background identities that can withstand extensive verification procedures." Over the following days, Harry found himself learning about aspects of wizarding society that were never mentioned in his classes at Hogwarts. The magical underground that existed parallel to the official institutions was vast and sophisticated, populated by people who had been excluded from or had chosen to reject the conventional structures of power and authority. Many of these individuals, Harry discovered, had their own reasons for avoiding official scrutiny. Some were political dissidents who opposed ministry policies, others were practitioners of magical disciplines that were considered dangerous or illegal, and still others were simply people who preferred to live according to their own rules rather than conforming to societal expectations. Luna seemed remarkably at ease in this environment, suggesting that her family's unconventional lifestyle had provided her with connections and knowledge that extended far beyond what most people her age possessed. Her father's work as an investigative journalist had apparently required him to develop relationships with informants and sources throughout the magical underworld, creating a network of contacts that proved invaluable for their current investigation. The forger, who had introduced herself only as Minerva, almost certainly not her real name, worked with meticulous attention to detail as she crafted their false identities. Harry found himself transformed into Harrison Peverell, a junior researcher for the Department of Mysteries who was investigating historical applications of advanced protective magic. Luna became Lysandra Ollivander, a genealogical researcher working for an old pure-blood family to resolve inheritance disputes dating back several generations. The transformation went beyond simple documentation to include detailed background histories, professional credentials, and even magical signatures that would register properly with Gringotts' security systems. Minerva explained each element of their cover identities with the thoroughness of someone who understood that any oversight could result in exposure and potentially deadly consequences. "Your Harrison Peverell identity is particularly risky," she told Harry as she applied the final enchantments to his forged credentials. The Peveril family name carries significant historical weight in magical circles, and there are people who would be very interested in meeting anyone claiming that heritage. You must be prepared to answer detailed questions about genealogy and magical history if your cover is challenged. Harry studied the documents that would allow him to access some of the most secure locations in the wizarding world, feeling the weight of responsibility that came with possessing such sophisticated forgeries. The quality of Minerva's work was extraordinary, but it also represented a point of no return in their investigation. Once they used these documents to infiltrate Gringotts, they would be committing serious crimes that could result in imprisonment, or worse, if they were discovered. The plan itself was elegantly simple, which Luna insisted was essential for minimizing the chances of detection. Harry would enter Gringotts during the busy morning hours when the bank's attention was focused on routine transactions, present his forged credentials to access the Historical Records Division, and request the specific documents they had identified as likely to contain evidence of the financial conspiracy. Meanwhile, Luna would approach the genealogical research section with her own forged authorization, creating a distraction that would divide the goblins' attention, while providing an additional layer of legitimacy for their presence in the bank. If either of them encountered problems, the other would create a more significant distraction that would allow for a coordinated withdrawal from the bank. Xenophilius would remain outside Gringotts with emergency transportation and communication spells that would allow him to coordinate their extraction if the situation deteriorated. His role also included monitoring the public areas of Diagon Alley for any signs that their infiltration had been detected and that ministry officials or other authorities were responding to the breach. The night before their planned infiltration, Harry underwent one final memory restoration session designed to recover any suppressed recollections that might be relevant to understanding the financial manipulation they were investigating. Luna's techniques had grown increasingly sophisticated as she gained experience with her mother's equipment, and she was now able to access memory sequences that had been buried under multiple layers of magical interference. The results were both illuminating and deeply disturbing. Harry's authentic memories revealed that he had actually been present during several conversations about his financial situation during his early years in the Order safe house. The adults caring for him had discussed the Potter family fortune in terms that suggested it was far more substantial than anything he had been told since arriving at Hogwarts. More significantly, he recovered memories of overhearing concerns about irregularities in the management of his inheritance. Several Order members had questioned whether proper procedures were being followed to protect his financial interests, and there had been discussions about conducting independent audits of the accounts being held in his name. These conversations had been completely erased from his conscious memory, along with his understanding of the true extent of his family's wealth and the legal protections that should have been in place to prevent unauthorized access to his inheritance. The suppression of these memories had ensured that he would never think to question the financial arrangements that governed his life or seek independent advice about his legal and economic situation. But the most disturbing discovery was a recovered memory of a conversation between Dumbledore and one of the Order members who had been caring for him. The discussion had focused on the need to ensure that Harry would not develop what Dumbledore called inappropriate expectations about his inheritance, and there had been specific references to modifications that were being made to prevent him from understanding the full extent of his family's resources. The memory provided concrete evidence that Dumbledore had been personally involved in concealing information about Harry's financial situation from a very early age. The headmaster had not simply failed to properly manage the Potter estate, he had actively worked to prevent Harry from learning about his inheritance and developing the financial independence that would have given him alternatives to the carefully controlled life that had been planned for him. As Harry processed these revelations, he felt the familiar combination of rage and determination that had come to characterize his emotional response to discovering new aspects of the conspiracy. Every element of his life that should have provided him with independence and options had been systematically compromised or eliminated, leaving him completely dependent on the very people who were manipulating him. Luna documented the recovered memories with her usual meticulous attention to detail, adding them to the growing body of evidence they were assembling about the extent and sophistication of the conditioning program. The financial manipulation appeared to be just one component of a comprehensive system designed to ensure that victims of the conspiracy never developed the resources or knowledge necessary to challenge their manipulators. The morning of their infiltration dawned grey and overcast, with the kind of persistent drizzle that made London feel particularly unwelcoming to visitors. Harry and Luna made their way to Diagon Alley through the leaky cauldron, both of them wearing the subdued professional robes that were appropriate for their assumed identities as ministry researchers. The transformation potions they had taken were subtle but effective, altering their appearance just enough to make recognition unlikely while avoiding the dramatic changes that might attract attention. Harry's hair was darker and his features slightly sharper, while Luna's distinctively pale colouring had been muted to a more conventional appearance. Gringotts Wizarding Bank stood before them like a monument to financial power and goblin authority, its white marble facade gleaming despite the gloomy weather. The bronze doors were flanked by goblins in scarlet and gold uniforms, their sharp eyes constantly scanning the crowds for signs of potential threats or irregularities. Harry felt his heart rate increase as they approached the entrance, acutely aware that they were about to commit crimes that could result in severe punishment if they were discovered. The goblins' reputation for dealing harshly with thieves and fraudsters was well established, and their methods of interrogation were said to be both thorough and unpleasant. But alongside the fear came a sense of purpose that seemed to grow stronger with each step toward the bank's entrance. The evidence they hoped to uncover could potentially expose the financial component of the conspiracy and provide crucial documentation of the systematic theft and manipulation that had characterized Harry's treatment by the wizarding establishment. The interior of Gringotts was as impressive as Harry remembered from his previous visits, with its vast marble hall filled with goblins conducting business at long counters, while customers waited in carefully organized lines. The atmosphere was one of serious professional activity, with conversations conducted in low tones and transactions processed with efficient precision. Luna separated from him as planned, making her way toward the genealogical research section, while Harry approached the counter that handled requests for access to historical records. His forged credentials felt unnaturally heavy in his pocket, carrying with them the weight of the deception he was about to attempt. The goblin who reviewed his documentation was elderly even by goblin standards, with sharp features and penetrating eyes that seemed to see through all forms of subterfuge. Harry forced himself to remain calm as the creature examined his papers with methodical attention to detail, clearly checking the documents against some form of internal verification system. "Harrison Peverell," the goblin said finally, his voice carrying the formal tone that characterized all interactions with Gringotts customers. "Your request for access to pre-1900 protective magic documentation has been noted. However, such materials require additional authorization due to their sensitive nature." Harry felt a momentary surge of panic before remembering the briefing Minerva had provided about handling unexpected complications. "I understand the sensitivity of these materials," he replied, matching the goblin's formal tone. "My research into ancient protective techniques is being conducted at the specific request of the Department of Mysteries, and I have been assured that my credentials provide appropriate authorization for this level of access." The goblin studied him for a long moment, clearly evaluating both his response and his overall demeanor. After what felt like an eternity, the creature nodded and gestured toward a section of the bank that Harry had never seen before. "Follow me, Mr. Peverell. The Historical Records Division maintains strict protocols for researcher access, and you will be expected to comply with all security requirements during your visit." As they made their way deeper into the bank, Harry caught a glimpse of Luna being escorted in a different direction by another goblin, suggesting that her cover story was also being accepted. The relief he felt at this small success was tempered by awareness that they were now committed to the deception and would need to maintain their false identities until they had completed their investigation. The Historical Records Division occupied a vast underground chamber that reminded Harry of the restricted section of the Hogwarts library, but on a scale that was almost incomprehensible. Thousands of filing cabinets, scroll racks, and document storage systems filled the space, all of them protected by layered security spells that created a faint shimmer in the air around each storage unit. Your request specifically mentioned protective magic applications related to family estate management, the Goblin escort observed as he led Harry through the maze of record storage. Such documentation would be found in Section 7, which contains materials related to inheritance protection and wealth preservation techniques used by prominent wizarding families. Harry nodded his understanding, while privately marveling at the scope of the records maintained by the Goblin-run bank. The sheer volume of information stored in this chamber suggested that Gringotts maintained detailed records of virtually every significant financial transaction in the wizarding world, creating a comprehensive archive of the economic activities that shaped magical society. Section 7 proved to contain exactly the type of documentation Harry had hoped to find. Row upon row of files detailed the financial arrangements that governed the major wizarding families, including records of inheritance disputes, estate management controversies, and the various protective measures that had been implemented to safeguard family wealth across generations. But it was the Potter family records that immediately captured Harry's attention. The files were far more extensive than anything he could have imagined, filling several entire cabinets with documentation that spanned centuries of family financial history. The most recent entries, covering the period since his parents' deaths, were particularly voluminous and appeared to contain detailed records of every transaction that had been conducted in his name. Harry began his examination of the records with the systematic approach that Luna had taught him, photographing each document with a magical camera that would create copies immune to detection by the bank's security systems. The evidence that emerged was even more damaging than their preliminary investigation had suggested. The Potter family fortune was indeed far more substantial than Harry had ever been told, including not just the vault he was aware of, but several additional accounts that contained wealth accumulated over generations of successful business ventures and magical innovations. The total assets under his name were sufficient to make him one of the wealthiest individuals in Wizarding Britain, with financial resources that would have provided him with complete independence from any external authority. But more disturbing than the simple concealment of his wealth was the evidence of systematic theft that had been occurring since shortly after his placement with the Dursleys. Regular withdrawals had been made from his accounts to fund a variety of projects and organizations, none of which appeared to have any direct connection to his welfare or education. The largest single recipient of these unauthorized withdrawals was an organization called the Greater Good Foundation, which appeared to serve as a funding mechanism for various political and social initiatives throughout the wizarding world. The Foundation's activities included research into magical conditioning techniques, development of surveillance and monitoring systems, and financial support for individuals and institutions that promoted what the documentation described as progressive magical governance. Harry recognized several names among the Foundation's beneficiaries, including many of the authority figures who had played significant roles in his education and development. The systematic nature of the financial transfers suggested that his inheritance was being used to fund the very conspiracy that had been manipulating his life since childhood. But the most shocking discovery was documentation showing that Dumbledore had been granted legal authority to make these withdrawals through a series of guardianship documents that had been created shortly after Harry's placement with the Dursleys. The papers gave the headmaster broad discretionary power over Harry's financial affairs, justified through references to his role as Harry's magical guardian and protector. The guardianship documents themselves appeared to be fraudulent, created without proper legal authorization, and containing signatures that Harry was certain he had never provided. The paperwork suggested that he had voluntarily granted Dumbledore control over his inheritance, but the authentication spells used to verify the documents showed clear evidence of magical manipulation and forgery. As Harry continued photographing the financial records, he began to understand the true scope of what had been done to him. The conspiracy had not simply manipulated his psychological development and suppressed his memories. It had also stolen his inheritance and used his family's wealth to fund its own expansion and consolidation of power. The pattern of theft was both sophisticated and comprehensive, designed to ensure that Harry would never develop the financial resources necessary to challenge his manipulators or seek independent alternatives to the life they had planned for him. Every aspect of his economic situation had been carefully controlled to maintain his dependence on approved authority figures, while enriching the very people who were responsible for his conditioning. The evidence Harry was gathering would be more than sufficient to expose the financial component of the conspiracy, but it also raised troubling questions about how many other victims might have suffered similar treatment. If the shepherds were willing to steal from Harry's inheritance on this scale, they had likely engaged in similar activities with other wealthy magical families whose children had been targeted for conditioning. His examination of the records was interrupted by the arrival of a senior goblin official, whose expression suggested that Harry's presence in the restricted archives had attracted unwanted attention. "Mr. Peveril," the goblin said with cold formality, "your research activities have raised certain concerns among our security staff. I will need to see your authorization documents again, along with verification of your Department of Mysteries credentials." Harry felt a surge of adrenaline as he realized that his cover identity was being challenged more seriously than Minerva's briefing had prepared him for. The goblin's tone suggested suspicion rather than routine verification, indicating that something about his research activities or behavior had triggered additional scrutiny. "Certainly," Harry replied, maintaining the calm, professional demeanor that was essential to his assumed identity. "I understand the need for thorough security procedures when dealing with sensitive historical materials. My research authorization was provided directly by Unspeakable Croaker, and I believe you will find all documentation in proper order." As he handed over his forged credentials, Harry activated a subtle communication charm that would alert Luna to the potential problem they were facing. Their contingency plan called for coordinated responses to security challenges, and Luna's distraction techniques might be necessary to prevent their investigation from being terminated prematurely. The senior goblin examined Harry's documents with even greater attention to detail than the initial screening had involved, clearly checking the papers against more sophisticated verification procedures. Harry forced himself to remain calm, while privately calculating the time he would need to complete his documentation of the financial records if the challenge to his identity could be resolved successfully. "Your credentials appear to be authentic," the goblin said finally, though his tone suggested lingering suspicion. "However, the nature of your research has triggered certain protective protocols related to the Potter family accounts. Those records are subject to special monitoring procedures due to their sensitive nature and the various legal complications that have surrounded their management." Harry felt his heart racing as he realized how close he had come to complete exposure. The mention of special monitoring procedures suggested that Dumbledore or other members of the conspiracy maintained surveillance over access to Harry's financial records, making it likely that his infiltration would be detected regardless of the quality of his cover identity. "I appreciate your diligence in protecting sensitive materials," Harry replied, hoping that a cooperative attitude would prevent further escalation of the security review. "My research requires examination of historical protective techniques that were applied to several prominent family estates, including the Potter accounts. I assure you that my interest is purely academic and relates to developing improved security measures for current estate management practices." The goblin nodded slowly, but Harry noticed that he was maintaining a discreet communication with other bank officials through some form of magical signaling system. The situation was clearly more serious than a routine identity verification, suggesting that their infiltration might have been detected despite the sophisticated quality of their forged credentials. At that moment, a commotion from another part of the Historical Records Division provided the distraction Harry desperately needed. Luna's voice could be heard raised in what appeared to be an academic dispute with one of the genealogical researchers, creating enough noise and disruption to draw the attention of security personnel throughout the archive. Harry used the momentary confusion to complete his photography of the most crucial Potter family financial records, ensuring that they would have comprehensive documentation of the theft and manipulation that had been occurring since his childhood. The evidence they were gathering would be more than sufficient to expose the financial conspiracy, even if they were forced to terminate their infiltration earlier than planned. The senior goblin's attention returned to Harry as the disturbance in the genealogical section was brought under control. But by then, Harry had managed to complete the most essential elements of his research. His magical camera contained comprehensive records of the unauthorized withdrawals from his accounts, the fraudulent guardianship documents that had enabled the theft, and the detailed financial connections between his inheritance and the Greater Good Foundation. "I believe I have gathered sufficient material for my initial research phase," Harry announced, beginning to pack away his equipment with the casual confidence that was essential to maintaining his cover. "The historical protective techniques used for the Potter estate will provide excellent case study material for my Department of Mysteries analysis." The goblin escorted Harry back through the maze of record storage systems, maintaining the formal courtesy that characterized all Gringotts' customer interactions, while clearly continuing to monitor him for signs of suspicious activity. Harry forced himself to walk at a normal pace, despite his eagerness to escape the bank before their deception could be fully discovered. Luna was waiting for him in the main banking hall, her own research apparently completed successfully, despite the disturbance that had provided Harry with the distraction he needed. Her calm expression suggested that she had also managed to gather the evidence they had come to collect, though the specific details of her discoveries would have to wait until they could communicate safely outside the bank. As they prepared to leave Gringotts, Harry caught sight of a familiar figure entering the bank through the main entrance. Albus Dumbledore was approaching the customer service area with the purposeful stride of someone who had urgent business to conduct. The timing of his arrival was too convenient to be coincidental, suggesting that their infiltration had indeed been detected and that the headmaster was responding to alerts about unauthorized access to Harry's financial records. Harry activated the emergency communication charm that would signal Xenophilius to implement their extraction procedures, then guided Luna toward the nearest exit with the casual, unhurried movement of researchers who had completed their business satisfactorily. The next few minutes would determine whether their infiltration had been successful or whether they would be forced to deal with immediate consequences from their discovery. They managed to exit Gringotts without further incident, but Harry noticed increased goblin security activity around the bank as they made their way down Diagon Alley. The heightened alertness suggested that their activities had indeed triggered investigative procedures that would likely identify their forged credentials and false identities within a matter of hours. Xenophilius was waiting for them at the predetermined meeting point with transportation arrangements that would take them safely back to Hogwarts before the authorities could respond to whatever alerts had been generated by their infiltration. His expression was tense but satisfied, suggesting that he believed their mission had been successful, despite the complications they had encountered. "Did you find what we were looking for?" he asked, as they settled into the magically concealed vehicle that would transport them away from Diagon Alley. Harry patted the magical camera that contained comprehensive documentation of the financial conspiracy, feeling a satisfaction that was tempered by awareness of the dangerous game they were now playing. "We found more than we were looking for," he replied. "The evidence we gathered will expose the entire financial component of the conspiracy, but it will also make us targets for people who have killed to protect these secrets." Luna's expression was thoughtful as she considered the implications of what they had accomplished. "We now have proof that the conditioning program is not just about psychological manipulation," she observed. "It is also about economic control, using victims' own resources to fund their continued oppression while ensuring they never develop the independence necessary to challenge their manipulators." As their vehicle made its way back toward Hogwarts, Harry reflected on the magnitude of what they had discovered. The financial records they had obtained would provide crucial evidence for exposing the conspiracy, but they also revealed the systematic nature of an operation that extended far beyond anything he had previously imagined. The shepherds were not simply manipulating individual victims, they were using stolen resources to build and maintain a comprehensive system of control that affected every aspect of wizarding society. The Greater Good Foundation represented just one component of a financial network that used victims' own wealth to fund their continued oppression and ensure the conspiracy's long-term survival. But alongside the disturbing scope of what they had uncovered came a growing sense of hope and determination. The evidence they had gathered was comprehensive and damning, providing concrete proof of criminal activities that could not be dismissed as speculation or paranoia. For the first time since beginning their investigation, Harry felt that they possessed the tools necessary to challenge the conspiracy on equal terms. The journey back to Hogwarts passed in relative silence as each of them processed the implications of what they had accomplished. They had successfully infiltrated one of the most secure institutions in the wizarding world, gathered evidence of systematic financial crime, and escaped before their deception could be fully discovered. But they had also crossed a line that would make them permanent enemies of some of the most powerful individuals in magical society. The evidence they now possessed was too valuable and too dangerous for the shepherds to ignore, and Harry had no doubt that their investigation would soon face active opposition from people who had previously been content to manipulate from the shadows. As Hogwarts came into view through the windows of their concealed transport, Harry felt a complex mixture of emotions about returning to the castle that had been his home for the past 4 years. The place that had once represented safety and belonging now felt like enemy territory, filled with surveillance systems and authority figures who were actively working to maintain his psychological conditioning. But it was also where Luna had established their sanctuary, where they had access to her mother's research materials, and where they could continue the work of helping other victims recover their authentic identities. The evidence they had gathered from Gringotts would strengthen their case immeasurably, but it was only one component of the larger struggle to expose and dismantle the conspiracy that had shaped so many lives. Tonight, they would begin the process of analyzing and organizing the financial evidence they had obtained, adding it to their growing documentation of the conditioning program's methods and scope. Tomorrow, they would take the next step in their investigation, reaching out to other potential victims and beginning the delicate work of building a resistance movement within the very institution that served as the conspiracy's primary recruitment and processing center. The battle for their authentic selves was far from over, but for the first time since learning about the shepherds, Harry felt that victory might actually be possible. The evidence they now possessed was too comprehensive to be dismissed or suppressed, and the financial crimes they had documented would be impossible for the conspiracy to explain away if the information became public. As they prepared to return to their roles as ordinary Hogwarts students, Harry reflected on how much had changed since Luna had first shown him the truth-seers on the Hogwarts Express. The boy who had accepted his carefully scripted life without question was gone, replaced by someone who understood the true nature of the forces that had shaped his development and was determined to fight back against his manipulators. The transformation was not complete, and much work remained to fully recover his authentic self and help others do the same. But the evidence they had gathered today proved that change was possible, that the conspiracy could be challenged successfully, and that the authentic identities of its victims had not been permanently destroyed despite years of systematic conditioning and abuse. That knowledge, hard-won and dangerous though it was, felt like the most valuable treasure they could have obtained from their infiltration of Gringotts' wizarding bank. The evidence from their Gringotts infiltration transformed Luna's hidden sanctuary into something resembling a war room. Maps, photographs, and financial documents covered every available surface, connected by threads of different colors that traced the complex web of relationships between the conspiracy's various components. Harry found himself spending increasingly long hours in the abandoned classroom, studying the patterns that emerged from their growing collection of proof and planning their next moves with the systematic approach of military strategists. The room of requirement had revealed itself to them quite by accident 3 nights after their return from Diagon Alley. Harry had been pacing the 7th-floor corridor in frustration, desperately wishing for a space where they could expand their investigation beyond the limitations of Luna's original sanctuary. The door had appeared exactly where it was supposed to, opening to reveal a chamber that seemed designed specifically for their needs. The room's interpretation of their requirements was both impressive and slightly unnerving. It had provided them with sophisticated magical equipment that exceeded even Luna's inherited research materials, along with communication systems that could reach beyond Hogwarts without triggering the castle's monitoring networks. Most importantly, it had created analysis stations where they could examine their evidence in detail while maintaining perfect security from outside surveillance. Luna stood before a massive evidence wall that dominated one side of the new chamber, using colored threads to connect photographs of financial documents with personality profiles of their fellow students. The pattern that was emerging suggested that the conditioning program was even more extensive than their initial investigation had indicated, affecting not just high-profile targets like Harry, but a significant percentage of the student population. The systematic nature of it is remarkable, Luna observed, as she added another connection to the growing web of evidence. They have created artificial personality traits for dozens of students, each one designed to serve specific functions in their vision of wizarding society's future. Natural leaders have been made followers, independent thinkers have been conditioned toward conformity, and potential dissidents have been transformed into enthusiastic supporters of the status quo. Harry studied the profiles Luna had assembled, recognizing classmates whose behavior had always seemed somehow artificial or inconsistent with their apparent natural inclinations. Dean Thomas's acceptance of his father's abandonment looked increasingly suspicious when viewed alongside evidence that the man had actually been murdered for questioning ministry policies. Seamus Finnegan's explosive magical accidents seemed less accidental when considered as a method for suppressing his natural pyrotechnic abilities. But it was Neville's profile that proved most disturbing. Luna's analysis suggested that his apparent lack of confidence and magical ability was the result of intensive conditioning designed to suppress what should have been extraordinary natural talents. The evidence indicated that the real Neville Longbottom possessed magical abilities that potentially rivaled Harry's own, but had been systematically broken down to prevent him from developing into the powerful wizard he was meant to become. "We need to start helping them recover their authentic selves," Harry said, feeling the weight of responsibility for his classmates' suffering. "But we also need to be extremely careful about how we approach them. If we move too quickly or reveal too much at once, we could trigger responses that would expose our investigation before we are ready to protect ourselves and others." Luna nodded thoughtfully, clearly having considered the same concerns. "I have been developing a systematic approach based on my mother's techniques," she replied. "We begin with students who show the strongest signs of internal conflict between their authentic and conditioned personalities. Those individuals are most likely to be receptive to learning the truth about their situation." She moved to another section of their evidence wall, revealing detailed psychological profiles that identified the students who would be their best candidates for initial recruitment. The list was shorter than Harry had expected, but included several individuals whose cooperation could significantly strengthen their investigation. Ginny Weasley topped the list, which surprised Harry until Luna explained her reasoning. Ginny's experience with Tom Riddle's diary had left her with unusual sensitivity to mental manipulation and artificial personality influences. Her natural resistance to psychological control, combined with her intimate knowledge of how magical conditioning felt from the inside, made her an ideal candidate for understanding and accepting the truth about the conspiracy. Neville Longbottom appeared second on the list, his extensive conditioning actually working in their favor by creating internal inconsistencies that made him naturally suspicious of his own thoughts and reactions. Luna believed that helping him recover even fragments of his authentic personality would create a powerful ally who understood both the methods used by the Shepherds and the devastating effects of their conditioning program. The third name on the list was more surprising: Draco Malfoy. Luna's analysis suggested that his apparent dedication to pure blood supremacy and dark magic might actually be artificial traits that had been imposed to serve the conspiracy's need for acceptable opposition. The real Draco, according to her research, was likely quite different from the antagonistic figure he presented to the world. "You think Malfoy is being manipulated?" Harry asked, finding it difficult to accept that his longtime nemesis might actually be another victim of the conditioning program. "I think Draco Malfoy has been shaped into the perfect foil for your own development," Luna replied calmly. "His role as an acceptable enemy has allowed you to direct your rebellious impulses towards someone who poses no real threat to the system, while his family's reputation for dark magic makes him useful for maintaining the illusion that the Ministry and Hogwarts represent the forces of light and good." Harry considered this possibility, remembering moments when Malfoy's behavior had seemed oddly scripted, or when his antagonism had felt almost performed rather than genuine. If Luna was right, then even their rivalry had been artificially created to serve the conspiracy's purposes, making both of them pawns in a larger game they had never understood. The implications of what Luna was suggesting extended far beyond their immediate investigation. If the Shepherds were creating artificial conflicts and relationships throughout wizarding society, then virtually every aspect of magical politics and social interaction might be manipulated to serve their agenda. The war between light and dark, the conflicts between purebloods and muggle-born witches and wizards, even the basic structures of magical government could all be elaborate fictions designed to maintain control over the population. "How do we approach Ginny without alerting the monitoring systems?" Harry asked, focusing on the practical challenges they would face in recruiting their first ally. Luna smiled with something that might have been anticipation mixed with determination. "We use the one place in Hogwarts where even Dumbledore's surveillance cannot reach," she said, gesturing to the room of requirement around them. "This chamber exists outside the normal magical infrastructure of the castle, making it impossible for external monitoring to penetrate. If we can get Ginny here without being observed, we can share everything we have discovered without risk of detection." The plan they developed was elegantly simple, which Luna insisted was essential for avoiding the attention of the portrait network and other surveillance systems that monitored student activity throughout the castle. Harry would approach Ginny during the chaos of a Quidditch practice session, when the outdoor activity would provide cover for private conversation and reduce the likelihood of their interaction being monitored by indoor surveillance systems. Meanwhile, Luna would prepare the room of requirement for their first recruitment meeting, organizing their evidence in a way that would be comprehensible to someone who was learning about the conspiracy for the first time. The presentation would need to be compelling enough to convince Ginny that the incredible claims they were making were actually true, while also providing her with enough information to understand the scope and sophistication of the conditioning program. The opportunity came sooner than expected when McGonagall announced that Quidditch practices would resume despite the dangerous climate created by the Triwizard Tournament. Harry used the confusion surrounding team selections and practice scheduling to arrange a private conversation with Ginny near the equipment shed, where the noise and activity would mask their discussion from any monitoring spells. "Ginny," he said, as she emerged from the shed carrying her broom and practice robes, "I need to talk to you about something important, something that affects not just you and me, but potentially every student at Hogwarts." She studied his expression with the sharp intelligence that had always characterized her personality, clearly recognizing that this was not a casual social conversation. Her experience with Tom Riddle had taught her to be suspicious of anything that seemed too good to be true or too terrible to believe, making her naturally cautious about accepting extraordinary claims without substantial evidence. "What kind of something?" she asked, settling her broom against the shed and giving him her full attention. Harry chose his words carefully, knowing that this first conversation would determine whether Ginny became an ally or a potential threat to their investigation. "Do you ever feel like your thoughts and reactions are not entirely your own?" he asked, "like there might be artificial influences affecting your personality and decision-making processes?" The question clearly struck a nerve, as Harry had hoped it would. Ginny's experience with the diary had made her acutely sensitive to mental manipulation, and her expression immediately grew troubled as she considered the implications of what he was suggesting. "Sometimes," she admitted after a long pause, "especially when I am around certain authority figures or in specific locations within the castle, there are moments when I catch myself thinking or feeling things that do not seem to match my authentic personality, almost like there are external influences trying to shape my responses." Harry felt a surge of relief that Ginny was receptive to the possibility that manipulation might be occurring. Her natural sensitivity to psychological conditioning would make the evidence they had gathered much easier for her to accept and understand. "What if I told you that those feelings are not paranoia or imagination, but accurate perceptions of actual magical conditioning that is being applied to students throughout Hogwarts?" Harry said, watching her reaction carefully. "What if there was comprehensive evidence that proved the existence of a systematic program designed to alter students' personalities and memories to serve the agenda of people in positions of authority?" Ginny's expression grew increasingly serious as she processed what Harry was suggesting. The idea clearly resonated with her own experiences and observations, but he could see her struggling to accept the full implications of such a systematic conspiracy. "I would want to see that evidence," she said finally, "and I would want to understand exactly who is responsible and what they hope to accomplish through such a program." Harry activated a subtle communication charm that would alert Luna to begin preparing for their arrival at the Room of Requirement. "Tonight," he said, "7th floor, across from the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy attempting to teach Trolls ballet. Walk back and forth 3 times, thinking about needing to see the truth about what is being done to Hogwarts students." Ginny nodded her understanding, though Harry could see questions and concerns in her expression that would need to be addressed during their evening meeting. The recruitment process was inherently risky, requiring them to trust people who might ultimately choose to report their activities to the very authority figures they were investigating. But the alternative was to continue operating alone, gathering evidence that would be dismissed as the paranoid fantasies of troubled students if they could not demonstrate that multiple people had reached similar conclusions independently. Building a resistance movement required taking calculated risks with people who had been similarly affected by the conditioning program. That evening, Harry made his way to the 7th floor with even greater caution than usual. The recruitment meeting represented a significant escalation in their activities, moving from passive investigation to active resistance building. If Ginny chose to report their conversation to McGonagall or other authority figures, their entire investigation could be compromised within hours. The Room of Requirement had transformed itself once again, creating a comfortable conference space that combined the security features they needed with an atmosphere that would be conducive to serious discussion. Luna had arranged their evidence in a logical progression that would allow Ginny to understand the conspiracy's methods and scope without becoming overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information they had accumulated. Ginny arrived precisely on time, her expression serious but determined as she surveyed the sophisticated setup that Luna had created. The room's transformation made it immediately clear that their investigation was far more extensive and systematic than Harry's earlier conversation had suggested. "This is incredible," she said, moving to examine the evidence wall that dominated one side of the chamber. "You have documentation going back decades, connecting dozens of individuals and institutions. The scope of what you are suggesting is almost beyond comprehension." Luna guided her through their findings with the patient thoroughness of a skilled teacher, beginning with the basic concepts of memory modification and psychological conditioning, before moving to specific examples of how these techniques had been applied at Hogwarts. The presentation was designed to build understanding gradually while providing Ginny with opportunities to ask questions and process the implications of each new revelation. The turning point came when Luna showed her the evidence related to Tom Riddle's diary and its connection to the larger conditioning program. Rather than being an isolated incident involving a single dark artifact, Ginny's experience with the diary appeared to be part of a systematic testing program designed to evaluate students' resistance to mental manipulation and identify individuals who might require additional conditioning. "They used me as a test subject," Ginny said, her voice carrying a mixture of horror and growing anger. The whole Chamber of Secrets incident was not about Tom Riddle trying to return to life. It was about determining how susceptible I was to psychological control and whether I would need additional manipulation to ensure my compliance with their agenda. Harry watched as Ginny processed this realization, seeing the same transformation he had experienced when first learning about the conspiracy. The comfortable certainties that had defined her understanding of her Hogwarts experience were being systematically demolished, replaced by a much more disturbing but ultimately more accurate picture of the forces that had shaped her development. Luna continued the presentation with evidence related to Ginny's family, showing how the financial struggles that had characterized the Weasleys' situation were artificially maintained to ensure their dependence on individuals like Dumbledore, who could provide assistance in exchange for loyalty and compliance. The family's poverty was not the result of Arthur's low-paying ministry job or Molly's decision to focus on raising children. It was a deliberately imposed condition designed to make them grateful for any help they received from approved sources. But the most devastating revelation concerned Percy's recent behavior and his apparent alienation from the family. Luna's evidence suggested that Percy's promotion at the ministry and his subsequent personality changes were the result of intensive conditioning designed to create a loyal operative within the Weasley family structure. His role was to monitor his relatives for signs of dissent or independent thinking, while reporting any concerns to his handlers in the ministry bureaucracy. "My own brother is spying on us," Ginny said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Everything he has said and done since getting that promotion has been scripted by people who want to control our family's political loyalty and social behavior." Harry felt a familiar combination of rage and determination as he watched Ginny grapple with these revelations. Every victim of the conditioning program went through the same process of recognizing that their most trusted relationships might be artificial, and that their most fundamental beliefs about themselves and their world had been systematically manipulated. But alongside the horror of these discoveries came something that might have been liberation. Understanding the true nature of the forces that had shaped their development provided the first step toward breaking free from those influences and reclaiming their authentic identities. "What do you want me to do?" Ginny asked, her expression showing the same combination of fear and determination that Harry had felt when first committing to Luna's investigation. "We want you to help us reach other students who have been similarly affected," Luna replied. "Your natural resistance to mental manipulation, combined with your understanding of how conditioning feels from the inside, makes you uniquely qualified to help others recognize when their thoughts and feelings are not entirely their own." She gestured to the profiles of potential recruits that covered another section of their evidence wall. "We have identified several students who show signs of internal conflict between their authentic and conditioned personalities. With your help, we can approach them systematically and begin building a network of people who understand the truth about what is being done to them." Ginny studied the profiles with growing interest, clearly recognizing the psychological patterns that Luna had identified in their classmates. Her experience with the diary had taught her to recognize artificial influences on personality and behavior, making her naturally suited to help others understand when they were being manipulated. "Neville should be our first priority," she said, after examining his profile in detail. "I have watched him struggle with self-doubt and apparent incompetence for years. But there have always been moments when his true personality breaks through the conditioning. If we can help him recover his authentic self, he would become a powerful ally who understands both the methods and effects of the manipulation program." Harry nodded his agreement, pleased that Ginny's assessment matched their own conclusions about recruitment priorities. Neville's extensive conditioning made him an ideal candidate for demonstrating the effectiveness of Luna's recovery techniques while building credibility for their claims about the conspiracy's methods and scope. The recruitment of Neville proved more challenging than they had anticipated, primarily because his conditioning included artificial anxiety responses that made him resistant to situations that might challenge his programmed self-image. It took several carefully planned encounters before they could convince him to attend a meeting in the room of requirement without triggering his conditioned fear responses. When Neville finally joined them in their hidden sanctuary, his reaction to the evidence they had assembled was even more dramatic than Ginny's had been. The revelation that his apparent lack of magical ability was artificially imposed rather than a natural limitation triggered an emotional breakdown that required careful support from all three of his recruiters. But once he had processed the initial shock of learning about his conditioning, Neville's response was remarkable. The recovery techniques that Luna had inherited from her mother proved extraordinarily effective in his case, allowing them to restore significant portions of his authentic personality within a matter of days. The transformation was dramatic enough to be visible to casual observers. Neville's posture straightened, his magical abilities improved noticeably, and his interactions with other students became more confident and natural. More importantly for their investigation, his recovered memories provided crucial evidence about the specific techniques that had been used to suppress his development and maintain his artificial limitations. "I remember being different," Neville told them during one of their evening meetings. "Before I started at Hogwarts, I was curious and confident, eager to learn about magic and develop my abilities. The scared, incompetent boy that everyone knows is not who I really am. He was created through systematic conditioning, designed to ensure that I would never develop into the powerful wizard I was meant to become." Luna documented Neville's recovery process with meticulous attention to detail, using his case as a template for helping other victims of the conditioning program. The techniques that proved effective in restoring his authentic personality could be adapted and applied to other students who showed similar patterns of artificial limitation and suppressed development. But Neville's recruitment also demonstrated the risks they faced in building their resistance network. His dramatic improvement in magical ability and confidence attracted attention from professors who began questioning the sudden change in his behavior and academic performance. The scrutiny made it necessary to develop more subtle approaches that would allow victims to recover their authentic selves without triggering investigations from authority figures. The solution came from an unexpected source. Neville's recovered memories included detailed information about other students who had been processed through similar conditioning programs, providing them with a much larger pool of potential recruits than their initial analysis had suggested. More importantly, he remembered conversations among the adults responsible for implementing the conditioning, revealing details about the program's structure and leadership that confirmed Luna's theories about the Shepherd's organization. According to Neville's recovered memories, the conditioning program was coordinated through a network of authority figures who met regularly to discuss individual cases and coordinate their manipulation strategies. The group included not just Dumbledore and other Hogwarts staff, but also ministry officials, hospital administrators, and representatives from major wizarding families who had been recruited to serve the conspiracy's agenda. The meetings were conducted under strict secrecy protocols that included memory modification of the participants themselves, ensuring that no individual possessed complete knowledge of the program's scope and methods. This compartmentalization made the conspiracy extremely difficult to expose through conventional means, as potential whistleblowers could not remember enough details to provide comprehensive evidence of the criminal activities they had participated in. But the same security measures that protected the Shepherds from external investigation also created vulnerabilities that could be exploited by someone who understood their methods and organization. Luna's mother had apparently identified several of these weaknesses before her death, developing strategies that could potentially bring down the entire network if implemented carefully and systematically. The key insight was that the conditioning program depended on maintaining the illusion that victims' altered personalities were natural and authentic. If enough people recovered their genuine identities simultaneously, the artificial nature of Wizarding Society's current structure would become impossible to conceal or deny. This realization led to the development of what they began calling the Mass Awakening Strategy, a coordinated effort to help as many victims as possible recover their authentic selves within a compressed time frame. The approach would require careful preparation and precise timing, but it offered the potential for exposing the conspiracy in a way that would be impossible for the Shepherds to suppress or discredit. The strategy's success would depend on their ability to identify and recruit a critical mass of victims who were willing to risk everything in pursuit of authentic freedom. The evidence they had gathered suggested that this threshold might be lower than initially expected, as the artificial nature of most students' personalities made them naturally receptive to learning the truth about their situation. Ginny proved instrumental in developing the recruitment techniques they would need to implement the Mass Awakening Strategy. Her natural charisma and understanding of how conditioning affected different personality types made her uniquely effective at approaching potential allies and convincing them to attend meetings in the Room of Requirement. Within 2 weeks of her initial recruitment, Ginny had helped them identify and approach nearly a dozen students who showed signs of internal conflict between their authentic and conditioned selves. The success rate was remarkably high, with most students proving eager to learn the truth about their situation once they understood that their feelings of disconnection and artificiality were shared by others. Each new recruit brought additional evidence about the conditioning program's methods and scope, creating a feedback loop that accelerated their understanding of the conspiracy while building momentum for larger-scale resistance activities. The Room of Requirement expanded to accommodate their growing network, providing secure communication systems and research facilities that supported increasingly sophisticated investigations. But their success also attracted unwanted attention from the very authority figures they were investigating. Several professors began asking pointed questions about changes in student behavior and academic performance, while the Portrait Network showed increased activity that suggested heightened surveillance of student activities throughout the castle. The most concerning development was Dumbledore's apparent awareness that something unusual was occurring among the student population. His interactions with Harry and the other recruits became more frequent and intensive, clearly designed to assess whether their behavior reflected natural development or external influences that might require intervention. Luna recognized the warning signs from her mother's research, understanding that they were approaching a critical decision point where they would need to either accelerate their timeline or risk having their entire operation discovered and neutralized by the Shepherds' security protocols. The choice they faced was both simple and terrifying: continue operating in secret while building their resistance network gradually, or implement the Mass Awakening Strategy immediately, despite the risks of premature exposure. The former approach offered greater security, but might not reach enough victims before the conspiracy detected and stopped their activities. The latter approach promised greater impact, but could result in severe consequences for everyone involved if their operation failed. After extensive discussion among the core leadership team, they decided that the potential rewards of the Mass Awakening Strategy outweighed the considerable risks involved. The evidence they had gathered was too important to lose through gradual exposure, and the number of victims they had identified was too large to ignore while pursuing safer alternatives. The decision meant that within a matter of weeks, they would attempt something that no one had ever tried before: the simultaneous liberation of dozens of victims from one of the most sophisticated psychological conditioning programs in magical history. The success of their effort would determine not just their own futures, but the fate of every child who might otherwise be processed through the Shepherds' manipulation systems. As Harry looked around the Room of Requirement at the faces of his fellow conspirators, he felt a mixture of terror and exhilaration that reminded him of the moments before particularly dangerous Quidditch matches. They were about to attempt something that could change the fundamental nature of Wizarding Society, challenging power structures that had existed for generations and risking everything in pursuit of authentic freedom. The preparation would require every skill they had developed and every piece of evidence they had gathered. The execution would demand courage, coordination, and probably a considerable amount of luck. But the alternative was to continue living as puppets in someone else's carefully scripted performance, and that was no longer acceptable to any of them. Tomorrow they would begin the final phase of their investigation, moving from passive resistance to active rebellion against the forces that had shaped their lives since childhood. The outcome was far from certain, but for the first time since learning about the conspiracy, Harry felt like they were finally taking control of their own destinies rather than simply reacting to manipulation and control imposed by others. The battle for their authentic selves was about to begin in earnest, and whatever happened next, it would be entirely their own choice rather than someone else's carefully orchestrated plan. The discovery that their secret base had been compromised came at the worst possible moment. Harry was reviewing recruitment strategies with Ginny and Neville when the portrait of Sir Cadogan began glowing with an ominous red light, its painted eyes suddenly focusing on their activities with unmistakable intelligence and purpose. The magical signature was unlike anything they had encountered before, suggesting that their sanctuary had been penetrated by surveillance magic far more sophisticated than the standard monitoring systems Luna had learned to detect and counter. Luna immediately began casting the emergency protocols her mother had developed for situations where their security had been breached. The Room of Requirement responded to her desperate need for concealment by transforming into an exact replica of an unused storage closet, complete with dusty shelves and forgotten cleaning supplies that would pass casual inspection from anyone who might investigate the space. But even as they implemented their contingency plans, Harry realized that their situation had fundamentally changed. The activation of the portrait surveillance meant that someone in authority knew about their activities and was taking active steps to monitor and potentially counter their investigation. The comfortable illusion that they were operating undetected had been shattered, forcing them to confront the reality that they were now engaged in direct conflict with people who possessed resources and capabilities that far exceeded their own. "We need to relocate immediately," Luna said, as she completed the emergency transformation of their base. "The portrait network activation suggests that Dumbledore has become aware of our activities and is implementing more aggressive monitoring procedures. This room may no longer be safe for any of our operations." Ginny studied the now innocent storage closet that had moments before contained their extensive research materials and sophisticated magical equipment. "Where can we go that would be truly secure from this level of surveillance?" she asked. "If they can penetrate the Room of Requirement, then nowhere in Hogwarts may be safe for continuing our investigation." The answer came from an unexpected source. Neville, whose recovered memories had been providing increasingly detailed information about the conditioning program's methods and organization, suddenly straightened with the expression of someone who had just remembered something crucial. "There is a place," he said, his voice carrying the certainty that characterized his authentic personality, rather than the hesitation that had marked his conditioned behavior. "The Chamber of Secrets. The basilisk's death released magical protections that were built into the chamber's original construction. My recovered memories include information about how Tom Riddle discovered and modified those protections for his own purposes." Harry felt a chill of recognition as he considered Neville's suggestion. The Chamber of Secrets had indeed felt different during his confrontation with the memory of Tom Riddle, as if the space existed outside the normal magical infrastructure of the castle. If Neville was right about the protective properties that had been activated by the basilisk's death, the chamber might represent their only option for maintaining a secure base of operations. But accessing the chamber would require revealing one of Harry's most closely guarded secrets, his ability to speak Parseltongue. The skill that had made him suspect of being the heir of Slytherin could now become the key to their continued resistance against the conspiracy that had shaped their lives. The decision was easier than he had expected. The authentic relationships he had formed with Luna, Ginny and Neville were worth far more than any secret he might need to protect, and their investigation was too important to abandon simply because maintaining his privacy might be more comfortable. "I can get us into the chamber," Harry said, meeting each of their gazes in turn. "But doing so will require me to reveal something about myself that I have kept hidden since second year. I need your word that this information will not be shared with anyone outside our core group, regardless of what happens to our investigation." The others agreed without hesitation, understanding that they were all risking far more than privacy or reputation in their struggle against the conditioning program. Harry led them through the castle's corridors toward Moaning Myrtle's bathroom, using routes that would minimize their exposure to portrait surveillance while avoiding the areas where professors were most likely to be conducting their evening patrols. Myrtle herself proved to be an unexpected ally once they explained the nature of their investigation. Her status as a ghost apparently provided her with insights into the castle's magical infrastructure that were not available to the living, and she confirmed that the Chamber of Secrets had indeed been transformed by the basilisk's death into a space that existed outside normal surveillance networks. The basilisk was not just a guardian, she explained, as Harry prepared to open the chamber entrance. It was also a magical anchor that connected the chamber to the castle's monitoring systems. When you killed it, you severed that connection and activated protections that Tom Riddle had built into the space for his own security. The chamber is now essentially invisible to external magical detection. Harry spoke the Parseltongue command that opened the entrance to the chamber, watching his friends' reactions as they realized the implications of his ability to communicate with serpents. But rather than the suspicion or fear he had expected, he saw understanding and acceptance that reflected their growing appreciation for how the conditioning program had affected every aspect of their development at Hogwarts. "Your Parseltongue ability explains several things about your treatment by the faculty and other students," Luna observed as they descended into the chamber. "The skill would have marked you as potentially dangerous to the conditioning program's objectives, requiring additional manipulation to ensure that you never used it to investigate areas that were supposed to remain hidden." The Chamber of Secrets proved to be even more suitable for their needs than Neville's memories had suggested. The space was vast enough to accommodate their research materials and equipment, while the magical protections that had been activated by the basilisk's death created an environment that was completely secure from external surveillance and interference. More importantly, the chamber's connection to Salazar Slytherin's original magic provided them with access to techniques and knowledge that had been deliberately excluded from standard magical education. Tom Riddle had apparently uncovered and modified several of the Founder's protective and concealment spells, creating a repository of advanced magic that could be adapted to support their resistance activities. Luna immediately began establishing their new base of operations with the systematic efficiency that had characterized all of her preparation efforts. The chamber's natural acoustics and magical properties made it ideal for the kind of advanced research and communication work that would be necessary for implementing their mass awakening strategy. But the most significant discovery came when they explored the deeper sections of the chamber that Harry had not had time to investigate during his confrontation with the memory of Tom Riddle. Hidden behind concealment charms that had remained active for nearly 50 years, they found extensive research materials that Riddle had assembled during his investigation into the conditioning program that had been operating at Hogwarts, even during his student years. The documents were both fascinating and deeply disturbing, revealing that Tom Riddle had not simply been a talented student who had gradually turned toward dark magic. He had actually been a victim of the same conditioning program that was currently affecting Harry and his classmates, but had somehow managed to break free from his manipulation and begin investigating the conspiracy that had shaped his early development. According to his hidden research, Riddle had discovered that his famous charm and charisma were artificially enhanced traits that had been imposed to make him more effective at influencing other students and gathering information for his handlers among the faculty. His apparent fascination with immortality and dark magic had been carefully cultivated to ensure that he would pursue paths that would ultimately isolate him from potential allies and make him easy to control or eliminate when his usefulness ended. But rather than accepting his role as a pawn in someone else's game, Riddle had used his recovered memories and authentic magical abilities to investigate the conspiracy and plan his resistance against it. His creation of Horcruxes was not motivated by simple fear of death, but by a calculated strategy to ensure that his knowledge of the conditioning program would survive even if his physical body was destroyed by the Shepherd's security protocols. The realization that Lord Voldemort had originally been another victim of the same conspiracy they were fighting forced Harry to completely reconsider his understanding of the conflict that had shaped wizarding society for the past several decades. The war between light and dark magic was not a natural ideological struggle, but an artificial conflict that had been created and maintained by the Shepherds to serve their agenda of social control and population. Management. Tom Riddle's research provided them with detailed information about the conspiracy's structure and methods that complemented and expanded upon Luna's inherited materials. His documentation of specific conditioning techniques, identification of key personnel involved in the program, and analysis of the financial networks that supported the operation created a comprehensive picture of how the Shepherds maintained their control over wizarding society. But the most valuable element of Riddle's research was his development of advanced techniques for detecting and countering magical conditioning. His methods were more sophisticated than anything Luna's mother had created, refined through years of practical application as he worked to free himself and others from the Shepherd's influence. These techniques would prove crucial for implementing their mass awakening strategy, providing them with the tools necessary to help large numbers of victims recover their authentic personalities simultaneously without triggering the defensive responses that had been built into their conditioning. Ginny was the first to recognize the broader implications of what they had discovered about Tom Riddle's true history and motivations. If he was originally a victim who managed to break free from his conditioning, then his transformation into Lord Voldemort represents exactly the kind of outcome the Shepherds want to prevent, she observed. They would rather destroy potential resistors than risk allowing them to develop effective opposition to their control systems. Harry nodded, understanding that Riddle's fate served as both inspiration and warning for their own resistance efforts. The young man who had investigated the conditioning program and fought against his manipulators had ultimately been isolated, demonized, and driven into conflict that served the conspiracy's purposes rather than threatening their operations. But Riddle's research also suggested strategies for avoiding his mistakes and building the kind of coordinated resistance that could actually challenge the Shepherd's power effectively. His detailed analysis of the conspiracy's weaknesses and vulnerabilities provided them with a roadmap for exposing and dismantling the conditioning program without simply replacing one form of control with another. The establishment of their new base in the Chamber of Secrets marked the beginning of the most intensive phase of their investigation. With access to both Luna's inherited research and Tom Riddle's hidden materials, they possessed unprecedented insight into the conditioning program's methods and organization. More importantly, the Chamber's security features allowed them to accelerate their recruitment efforts without fear of detection or interference. The magical protections that Tom Riddle had established prevented the Shepherds from monitoring their activities or implementing countermeasures against their growing resistance network. Within days of relocating to the chamber, they had identified and approached nearly 24 additional students who showed signs of conditioning-related personality conflicts. The success rate remained remarkably high, with most potential recruits proving eager to learn the truth about their situation once they understood that their feelings of artificiality and disconnection were shared by others. Each new recruit brought additional evidence about the conspiracy's methods and scope, creating an accelerating feedback loop that enhanced their understanding while building momentum for larger-scale resistance activities. The chamber expanded to accommodate their growing network, with Tom Riddle's hidden magical systems providing communication and research facilities that supported increasingly sophisticated operations. But their expanded activities also attracted more aggressive attention from the authority figures they were investigating. Several professors began conducting irregular dormitory inspections and implementing new surveillance procedures that suggested heightened concern about student activities that were not being detected through normal monitoring channels. The most troubling development was the appearance of new staff members whose backgrounds and qualifications could not be verified through normal channels. These individuals seemed to focus primarily on observing student behavior and conducting what were described as routine psychological assessments, but their presence felt more like an occupying force than an educational enhancement. Luna recognized the warning signs from her mother's research, understanding that they were witnessing the implementation of enhanced security protocols that were typically reserved for situations where the conspiracy felt directly threatened by organized resistance activities. The Shepherds are escalating their response because they recognize that we pose a genuine threat to their operations, she explained during one of their evening strategy meetings. The new surveillance measures and psychological assessments are designed to identify and neutralize resistance networks before they can implement coordinated actions against the conditioning program. Neville, whose recovered memories continued to provide crucial intelligence about the conspiracy's methods and organization, confirmed that the current security measures matched protocols that had been discussed during planning meetings he had inadvertently witnessed as a child. According to his recollections, the enhanced surveillance phase was typically followed by systematic memory modification of identified resistors, effectively neutralizing opposition by erasing awareness of the conditioning program and replacing authentic personalities with more compliant artificial constructs. This means we have a limited window of opportunity before they begin targeting individual members of our network for intensive reconditioning, Ginny observed, studying the intelligence reports they had assembled about the new security measures. We need to implement our mass awakening strategy immediately, before they can identify and neutralize enough of our allies to prevent coordinated action. The decision to accelerate their timeline created new challenges that required innovative solutions. The mass awakening strategy depended on simultaneously helping dozens of victims recover their authentic personalities, but the techniques they had developed were time-intensive and required individual attention that would be difficult to scale up without compromising effectiveness. The solution came from combining Luna's inherited techniques with Tom Riddle's advanced methods and the unique properties of the Chamber of Secrets itself. The Chamber's connection to Salazar Slytherin's original magic created resonance effects that could amplify and distribute conditioning reversal spells across multiple subjects simultaneously. By adapting Tom Riddle's research to work within the Chamber's magical infrastructure, they could create what Luna termed a psychic liberation field that would help every victim within its influence begin recovering their authentic memories and personalities without requiring individual treatment sessions. The technique was theoretically sound, but completely untested, and implementing it would require them to gather their entire resistance network in the Chamber of Secrets at the same time. If the procedure failed, or if they were discovered during the attempt, the consequences for everyone involved would be severe and potentially permanent. But the alternative was to continue operating under increasingly dangerous conditions while the Shepherds systematically identified and neutralized their allies through enhanced surveillance and reconditioning procedures. The window of opportunity for coordinated action was closing rapidly, making immediate implementation of their most ambitious strategy their only realistic option for success. The preparation for the mass awakening required careful coordination among their core leadership team and precise timing to avoid detection by the enhanced security measures that were being implemented throughout the castle. Every member of their resistance network would need to reach the Chamber of Secrets without being observed, while maintaining the appearance of normal student behavior until the moment of the actual procedure. Luna developed elaborate cover stories and scheduling systems that would allow their allies to disappear from their dormitories and classes without triggering immediate investigations. The plan required exploiting gaps in the surveillance coverage and using misdirection techniques that would delay discovery of their absence until after the mass awakening had been completed. Ginny proved instrumental in coordinating the communications that would be necessary to implement their strategy without alerting the portrait network or other monitoring systems to the scope of their activities. Her natural leadership abilities and understanding of how different personality types responded to stress made her uniquely effective at managing the complex logistics involved in moving dozens of people through the castle simultaneously. Neville's recovered memories provided crucial intelligence about the timing and methods that would be necessary to avoid triggering defensive responses that had been built into the conditioning program itself. According to his recollections, victims who recovered their authentic personalities too quickly often experienced psychological shock that made them vulnerable to immediate reconditioning by authority figures who detected the changes in their behavior. The solution was to implement the awakening gradually over several days, allowing each victim to process the recovery of their authentic memories at a pace that would minimize trauma while reducing the likelihood of detection by faculty members who were monitoring for sudden personality changes. This approach required them to maintain their secret operations for an extended period while the mass awakening proceeded, creating additional security risks that would need to be carefully managed through enhanced concealment and misdirection techniques. As the date for implementing their strategy approached, Harry found himself reflecting on how much had changed since Luna had first shown him the truth-seers on the Hogwarts Express. The investigation that had begun with questions about his own memories and relationships had evolved into a comprehensive resistance movement that was about to attempt something unprecedented in the history of Wizarding Society. The success of their efforts would determine not just their own futures, but the fate of every child who might otherwise be processed through the Shepherd's conditioning program in the years to come. They were fighting not just for their own authentic identities, but for the principle that every person should have the right to develop their genuine personality free from external manipulation and control. The stakes could not be higher, and the risks were enormous, but the alternative was to accept continued existence as puppets in someone else's carefully scripted performance, and that was no longer acceptable to any of them. The chamber had become more than just a hiding place. It was a symbol of resistance against forces that sought to control and diminish the authentic potential of magical children throughout Britain. Whatever happened during the mass awakening, they would face it as themselves, rather than as the artificial constructs that others had tried to make them. Tomorrow would bring the culmination of everything they had worked toward since beginning their investigation. The mass awakening strategy would either liberate dozens of their fellow students or result in their own capture and reconditioning by the very people they were trying to expose and resist. But tonight, surrounded by allies who had chosen to risk everything in pursuit of authentic freedom, Harry felt more like his genuine self than at any point since his parents' deaths. The boy who had survived their murder and the subsequent years of systematic conditioning was finally ready to reclaim his birthright as a free and independent wizard who owed his loyalty only to his chosen family and his authentic values. The battle for their souls was about to begin in earnest, and whatever the outcome, it would be entirely their own choice rather than someone else's carefully orchestrated plan. The revelation about the Weasley family's manipulation came through an unexpected source that changed everything about their understanding of how deeply the conspiracy had penetrated Wizarding Society. Bill Weasley arrived at Hogwarts on what was officially described as a routine consultation about the security measures surrounding the Triwizard Tournament. But his true purpose became clear when Ginny received a coded message that could only have come from someone who understood the sophisticated communication techniques they had developed for their resistance network. The message was hidden within what appeared to be a casual sibling correspondence about family news and holiday plans, but the specific word choices and phrasing patterns matched protocols that Luna had inherited from her mother's research. Someone with extensive knowledge of covert communication methods had deliberately crafted the letter to convey information about the conspiracy while avoiding detection by the monitoring systems that surveilled all student correspondence. Ginny brought the letter to their evening meeting in the Chamber of Secrets, her expression troubled as she explained the implications of receiving such sophisticated coded intelligence from a family member she had never suspected of being involved in resistance activities against the conditioning program. "Bill knows something about what we are investigating," she said, as the others gathered around to examine the coded elements hidden within the seemingly innocent family correspondence. "The techniques used in this message match the communication protocols in Luna's mother's research almost exactly, suggesting that he has been conducting his own investigation into the conspiracy or has made contact with other people who understand the truth about the conditioning program." Harry studied the decoded message with growing excitement and concern. The content suggested that Bill possessed extensive knowledge about the financial networks that supported the conspiracy, along with detailed information about how curse-breaking techniques could be adapted to reverse magical conditioning effects that had been implemented through artifact-based delivery systems. More significantly, the message indicated that Bill was not working alone in his investigation. References to colleagues and clients suggested that he was part of a network of adult wizards who had somehow escaped or overcome their own conditioning and were working to expose and dismantle the conspiracy from positions within established magical institutions. The existence of adult allies represented both tremendous opportunity and significant danger for their student resistance movement. If they could establish secure communication with experienced wizards who possessed resources and capabilities that far exceeded their own, the effectiveness of their operations could be dramatically enhanced. But adult involvement also meant that the stakes of their investigation were much higher than they had previously understood. The conspiracy they were fighting was not simply focused on controlling the current generation of Hogwarts students. It was an ongoing struggle that involved people throughout wizarding society who had managed to break free from their conditioning and were working to prevent future generations from suffering similar manipulation. Luna immediately began analyzing the communication techniques that had been used in Bill's message, comparing them to her mother's research to determine how much overlap existed between their methods and those being used by the adult resistance network. The similarities were extensive enough to suggest either direct collaboration or parallel development of techniques based on shared theoretical foundations. The implications of this discovery forced them to reconsider their entire approach to the mass awakening strategy. If adult allies existed who possessed advanced knowledge of conditioning reversal techniques, they might be able to provide guidance and support that would significantly improve the chances of success while reducing the risks involved in attempting such an ambitious operation. But establishing contact with these allies would require them to reveal the existence and scope of their student resistance network, potentially exposing all of their members to retaliation if the adult network had been compromised or if their security protocols were insufficient to prevent detection by the conspiracy's surveillance systems. After extensive discussion among the core leadership team, they decided that the potential benefits of adult alliance outweighed the considerable risks involved. The sophisticated nature of Bill's coded message suggested that his network possessed security capabilities that matched or exceeded their own, making collaboration a reasonable, calculated risk rather than a desperate gamble. Ginny volunteered to serve as the primary contact with her brother, using established family communication channels that would be less likely to attract attention from monitoring systems than attempts to create entirely new correspondence patterns. Her natural relationship with Bill would provide cover for increased contact, while her understanding of both the conspiracy's methods and their resistance network's capabilities would allow her to evaluate the reliability and security of the adult allies. The response to their carefully crafted reply came within days, confirming that Bill's network possessed extensive knowledge about their student resistance activities and had been monitoring their progress with approval and increasing concern about their safety. The adult allies had been debating whether to make contact for weeks, ultimately deciding to reach out when intelligence from their own sources suggested that the conspiracy was implementing enhanced security protocols specifically designed to counter student resistance activities. According to the information Bill provided, the student resistance network that Harry and Luna had built was not the first such organization to emerge at Hogwarts. Similar groups had formed periodically over the decades, usually triggered by particularly gifted students who managed to break through their conditioning and begin investigating the manipulation they had experienced. But previous resistance networks had been systematically identified and neutralized through increasingly sophisticated counterintelligence operations that left their members with no memory of their authentic identities or resistance activities. The enhanced security protocols currently being implemented at Hogwarts represented preparation for similar neutralization of their current network, making immediate action essential for preventing the same fate that had befallen their predecessors. The adult network had been documenting these cycles of student resistance and institutional suppression for years, gathering evidence about the conspiracy's methods while developing techniques that could potentially break the pattern of repeated failure that had characterized previous efforts to challenge the conditioning program. Their key insight was that student resistance networks failed because they lacked the resources and external support necessary to survive the conspiracy's countermeasures once their activities were detected. The solution was to coordinate student and adult resistance efforts in ways that would provide mutual support while maintaining security for both components of the overall resistance movement. Bill's network had spent considerable time analyzing the conditioning techniques that were being used on the Weasley family specifically, uncovering evidence of manipulation that extended back generations and affected every aspect of their social, economic, and political development. The family's financial struggles, political loyalties, and even their reproductive choices had all been influenced by systematic conditioning designed to ensure their continued service to the conspiracy's agenda. Arthur Weasley's fascination with Muggle technology was not a natural personality trait, but an artificially enhanced obsession that served multiple functions within the conspiracy's operations. His position at the Ministry provided access to information about Muggle magical interactions that was valuable for monitoring and controlling the integration of magical children who had been raised in non-magical households. Molly's fierce protectiveness toward her children and her tendency to adopt additional young people into her extended family network were also artificially enhanced traits that made her an ideal placement resource for magical children who needed surrogate family structures while their conditioning was being implemented or maintained. Even more disturbing was the evidence that the Weasley family's fertility had been magically manipulated to ensure the production of children with specific personality profiles that would serve the conspiracy's needs in future generations. Ron's emotional instability and tendency toward jealousy, Ginny's natural resistance to mental manipulation, and Percy's susceptibility to authority-based conditioning had all been artificially selected through magical intervention during their prenatal development. The revelation that their own births and fundamental personality characteristics had been deliberately engineered by the conspiracy represented a level of control and long-term planning that was almost incomprehensible in its scope and implications. The Shepherds were not simply manipulating existing individuals, they were actively designing future generations to serve their vision of ideal wizarding society. Bill's research had identified similar patterns of genetic and magical manipulation among dozens of other prominent wizarding families, suggesting that the conspiracy's influence extended far beyond individual conditioning to encompass systematic breeding programs designed to create populations with desired characteristics and capabilities. The Malfoy family appeared to have been similarly manipulated, with their wealth and political influence being used to serve conspiracy objectives, while their apparent dedication to pure-blood supremacy provided a useful foil against which other families' loyalty to progressive values could be demonstrated and reinforced. Lucius Malfoy's role as a Death Eater during Voldemort's first rise to power had actually been coordinated with Ministry officials who were working to create controlled opposition that would justify increased government surveillance and control measures. The war between light and dark magic was not a natural ideological conflict, but an artificial struggle that had been engineered to serve the conspiracy's agenda of social control and population management. This information forced Harry to completely reconsider his understanding of the political and social forces that had shaped wizarding society throughout his lifetime. Every major conflict, every ideological struggle, every apparent choice between competing visions of magical governance had been artificially created and managed by people who profited from maintaining divisions and preventing genuine independence or authentic political development. The scope of the manipulation was so extensive that it called into question whether any aspect of current wizarding society reflected authentic cultural development rather than engineered outcomes designed to serve the conspiracy's objectives. Laws, customs, educational practices, economic systems, and even artistic and intellectual movements might all be artificial constructs created to maintain control over populations that had no real awareness of their manipulation. But Bill's network had also identified vulnerabilities in the conspiracy's operations that could potentially be exploited to challenge their control effectively. The artificial nature of many social and political structures made them inherently unstable when subjected to organized resistance from people who understood their true purpose and methods. The key was to coordinate resistance activities across multiple levels of wizarding society simultaneously, creating pressures that would overwhelm the conspiracy's ability to implement countermeasures while exposing their operations to public scrutiny that would make continued manipulation impossible to maintain. This strategy required precise timing and extensive coordination between student and adult resistance networks, along with careful preparation of evidence and communication systems that could reach large numbers of people quickly once the operation began. The mass awakening strategy that Harry and Luna had developed for their student network would need to be expanded and adapted to work as part of a much larger, coordinated effort involving resistance cells throughout magical Britain. The planning for this expanded operation required skills and resources that went far beyond anything their student network had previously attempted. Bill's alliance provided access to curse-breaking techniques, financial resources, communication networks, and adult allies who possessed the experience and capabilities necessary for challenging established power structures directly. But it also meant that their student resistance activities would need to be integrated with adult operations that involved significantly higher levels of risk and potential consequences. The conspiracy's response to coordinated adult resistance would be far more severe than the enhanced surveillance and reconditioning measures that had been implemented in response to student activities. According to intelligence from Bill's network, previous adult resistance efforts had resulted in disappearances, mysterious deaths, and systematic memory modification of entire families that were suspected of involvement in opposition activities. The conspiracy possessed resources and capabilities that made it extremely dangerous for anyone who posed a genuine threat to their operations. But the alternative was to continue allowing the systematic conditioning of magical children to continue indefinitely, with each new generation being processed through manipulation programs that stripped away their authentic identities and reduced them to servants of someone else's vision of ideal society. The decision to coordinate their student resistance network with Bill's adult allies represented a point of no return in their struggle against the conspiracy. They would be committing themselves and their fellow students to a level of conflict that could result in severe consequences if their efforts failed or if they were betrayed by people they had chosen to trust. Harry found himself thinking about the recovered memories of his early childhood, when he had been a confident and magically gifted child with tremendous potential for authentic development. That boy had been systematically destroyed through conditioning and manipulation, replaced by a traumatized and dependent version who would serve the conspiracy's purposes without question. But the authentic Harry Potter still existed beneath the layers of artificial conditioning, and he possessed capabilities and determination that had been suppressed but not eliminated by years of systematic manipulation. The same was true for every member of their resistance network, and for countless other victims throughout wizarding society who had never been given the chance to discover their genuine identities. The expanded resistance operation would offer all of them the opportunity to reclaim their authentic selves while preventing future generations from suffering similar manipulation. The risks were enormous, but so was the potential for creating genuine change that would transform the fundamental nature of magical society. As the date for implementing their coordinated resistance strategy approached, the Chamber of Secrets became a hub of activity that would have been impossible to maintain without the advanced security measures that Tom Riddle had built into the space. Student and adult resistance members worked together to prepare communication systems, coordinate timing, and develop contingency plans for various scenarios that might emerge during their operation. Luna's inherited research materials were combined with Bill's curse-breaking expertise and intelligence from other adult allies to create conditioning reversal techniques that were far more sophisticated and effective than anything they had previously been able to develop. The new methods would allow them to help victims recover their authentic personalities while minimizing the trauma and psychological shock that had made previous awakening efforts vulnerable to immediate reconditioning. Ginny proved instrumental in coordinating the complex logistics involved in preparing dozens of people for simultaneous awakening while maintaining security and avoiding detection by the enhanced surveillance measures that were being implemented throughout the castle. Her natural leadership abilities and understanding of how different personality types responded to stress made her uniquely effective at managing the human elements of their operation. Neville's recovered memories continued to provide crucial intelligence about the conspiracy's methods and likely responses to coordinated resistance activities. His authentic personality had emerged as remarkably strategic and analytically minded, suggesting that his original conditioning had been designed not just to suppress his magical abilities, but to prevent him from developing the intellectual capabilities that would make him a natural leader and organizer. The transformation of their core leadership team from isolated students investigating personal questions about their memories and relationships to coordinators of a comprehensive resistance operation involving people throughout wizarding society represented the kind of authentic development that the conspiracy had been designed to prevent. Each of them had recovered aspects of their genuine personalities that had been systematically suppressed through conditioning, discovering capabilities and characteristics that they never knew they possessed. Harry's natural leadership and strategic thinking, Luna's brilliant analytical mind, Ginny's charismatic organizing abilities, and Neville's tactical intelligence had all been hidden beneath artificial personality traits that made them appear less capable and threatening than they actually were. But the most significant change was in their relationships with each other, and with the expanding network of allies who had joined their resistance efforts. The authentic connections they had formed were based on shared values and genuine compatibility rather than artificial emotional manipulation, creating bonds that were far stronger and more resilient than any of the relationships they had experienced during their conditioned lives. These genuine relationships provided the foundation for trust and cooperation that made their resistance activities possible, while also serving as proof that authentic human connections could survive and flourish even after years of systematic psychological manipulation. As they prepared for the coordinated awakening that would either liberate hundreds of victims from their conditioning or result in their own destruction, Harry reflected on how much had changed since Luna had first shown him the Truth-Seers and revealed the artificial nature of his monitored existence at Hogwarts. The investigation that had begun with personal questions about his own memories and development had evolved into a comprehensive understanding of how magical society had been systematically corrupted by people who believed they had the right to control and manipulate others for what they considered the greater good. But more importantly, it had led to the discovery of his authentic self and the formation of genuine relationships based on shared commitment to freedom and truth rather than artificial emotional manipulation. Whatever happened during their upcoming operation, he would face it as himself rather than as the carefully constructed fiction that others had tried to make him. The battle for the souls of magical Britain was about to begin, and for the first time since learning about the conspiracy, Harry felt confident that they possessed the knowledge, resources, and allies necessary to challenge the Shepherds effectively and create lasting change that would prevent future generations from suffering similar manipulation. The authentic Harry Potter, supported by genuine friends and allies who shared his commitment to freedom and truth, was finally ready to reclaim his birthright and help others do the same. The outcome was far from certain, but the struggle itself represented the kind of authentic choice and genuine resistance that the conspiracy had been designed to prevent. Tomorrow would bring either liberation or destruction, but whatever happened, it would be entirely their own choice rather than someone else's carefully orchestrated plan. That knowledge, hard-won through months of investigation and personal transformation, felt like the most valuable victory they had already achieved, regardless of what the future might bring. The alliance with Severus Snape emerged from the most unlikely circumstances imaginable. Harry had been examining Tom Riddle's hidden research materials in the Chamber of Secrets when he discovered references to a student named Severus, who had apparently been investigating similar conditioning patterns during his own years at Hogwarts. The connection seemed impossible at first, until Luna's analysis of the historical records revealed that Snape had indeed been a victim of the same systematic manipulation that had affected so many other talented students. The revelation forced Harry to completely reconsider his understanding of the potions master's behavior and motivations throughout his years at Hogwarts. Snape's obvious hostility toward him had always felt intensely personal, but the evidence suggested that even their antagonistic relationship might have been artificially constructed to serve the conspiracy's purposes in Harry's psychological development. According to Riddle's notes, Severus Snape had been identified as a potential threat to the conditioning program due to his exceptional magical abilities and natural inclination toward independent research. The systematic bullying he had experienced from James Potter and his friends had not been simple schoolyard cruelty, but a deliberately orchestrated campaign designed to isolate him from potential allies while creating emotional vulnerabilities that could be exploited through targeted manipulation. Luna's mother's research contained additional references to Snape's situation, suggesting that his recruitment into Voldemort's Death Eaters had actually been coordinated by the same authority figures who were responsible for managing the conditioning program. His role as a double agent serving both Voldemort and Dumbledore was not the result of personal redemption following Lily Potter's death, but a carefully scripted performance designed to maintain the artificial conflict between light and dark magic that served the conspiracy's agenda. The implications of this discovery were staggering. If Snape was another victim of the conditioning program, rather than a genuine ally of either Dumbledore or Voldemort, then his access to information about both sides of the artificial conflict could provide their resistance network with intelligence that would be crucial for understanding and countering the conspiracy's operations. But approaching Snape directly would be extremely dangerous, given his official role as a faculty member and his apparent loyalty to Dumbledore. If their assessment of his situation was incorrect, or if his conditioning had been too extensive to overcome, revealing their investigation to him could result in immediate exposure and neutralization of their entire resistance network. The solution came from an unexpected source. Neville's recovered memories included detailed recollections of conversations he had overheard between his parents and other Order members about Snape's true situation and the concerns that existed about his psychological stability and divided loyalties. According to these memories, Frank and Alice Longbottom had suspected that Snape was being manipulated by both sides of the conflict and had begun investigating the possibility that his apparent dedication to either cause was artificially maintained through magical conditioning. Their investigation had been interrupted by the attack that left them incapacitated, but they had apparently shared their suspicions with other Order members who might be willing to help verify and act on intelligence about Snape's true situation. This information provided a potential pathway for approaching Snape through intermediaries who already possessed some understanding of the manipulation techniques being used against him. Bill Weasley's adult resistance network proved instrumental in establishing initial contact with Snape through channels that would not immediately alert the conspiracy's surveillance systems to their interest in the potion's master. The approach required extraordinary subtlety, as Snape's conditioning apparently included defensive mechanisms that would trigger aggressive responses to direct attempts at awakening or memory recovery. The breakthrough came when Luna developed a technique for delivering conditioning reversal effects through carefully prepared potions that could be administered without the target's conscious awareness. By adapting her mother's research to work through alchemical delivery systems rather than direct magical intervention, she created a method for gradually weakening Snape's artificial conditioning while avoiding the defensive responses that had made previous approaches unsuccessful. The potion was administered through modification of ingredients that Snape used in his regular brewing activities, ensuring that he would be exposed to the conditioning reversal effects over an extended period without realizing that any external intervention was occurring. The gradual nature of the process would allow his authentic personality to emerge slowly while minimizing the psychological shock that had proven problematic in other awakening efforts. The results exceeded their most optimistic expectations. Within weeks of beginning the treatment, Snape's behavior began showing subtle changes that suggested his authentic personality was beginning to break through the layers of artificial conditioning that had controlled his responses for decades. His interactions with students became less uniformly hostile, his dedication to his official duties became more perfunctory, and his overall demeanor suggested someone who was beginning to question fundamental assumptions about his life and loyalties. The most significant change was in his treatment of Harry specifically. The intense personal animosity that had characterized their relationship gradually gave way to something that resembled professional indifference, as if the emotional investment that had driven his hostility was revealed to be artificial and no longer compelling once his conditioning began to weaken. This change provided the opening they needed to establish direct communication with Snape without triggering the defensive responses that had made previous approaches impossible. Harry prepared for their first direct conversation with extensive coaching from Luna and the adult resistance members, understanding that this initial contact would determine whether Snape could become a valuable ally or would remain a potential threat to their operations. The meeting took place in Snape's private laboratory during a detention session that provided cover for extended private conversation without attracting attention from surveillance systems that might monitor their interaction. Harry had prepared carefully for the encounter, bringing evidence that would demonstrate the credibility of their investigation, while avoiding revelations that could be used against them if Snape remained loyal to the conspiracy. "Professor Snape," Harry began, using the formal address that would signal his serious intentions while maintaining appropriate respect for Snape's position and authority. "I have discovered information about your situation at Hogwarts that I believe you will find both disturbing and potentially liberating. I am hoping that you will be willing to listen to what I have learned, even though it challenges fundamental assumptions about your relationships and loyalties." Snape's response was immediate and revealing, suggesting that the conditioning reversal treatments had indeed been effective in allowing his authentic personality to begin emerging from beneath the artificial constructs that had controlled his behavior for so long. "Potter," he said, his voice carrying less venom than Harry had ever heard before, "I have been experiencing irregularities in my thinking and emotional responses recently. Memories that seem inconsistent with my understood history, reactions that feel artificial or imposed rather than authentic. If you possess information that could explain these experiences, I am willing to listen." Harry felt a surge of relief and excitement as he realized that Snape was not only receptive to learning about the conditioning program, but was actively seeking explanations for the changes he had been experiencing as his authentic personality began to reassert itself. Over the next 2 hours, Harry shared carefully selected evidence about the conspiracy's methods and scope, focusing on information that would help Snape understand his own situation while demonstrating the credibility of their research. The presentation was designed to build understanding gradually, while providing Snape with opportunities to contribute his own observations and experiences. The turning point came when Harry showed Snape documentation of his recruitment into the Death Eaters and subsequent role as a double agent, revealing the artificial nature of both allegiances and the systematic manipulation that had shaped his apparent loyalty to conflicting causes. "My dedication to both Dumbledore and the Dark Lord was manufactured," Snape said, his voice carrying a mixture of horror and dawning understanding. "The guilt and loyalty that have driven my actions for decades were artificially imposed to ensure my compliance with roles that served someone else's agenda rather than my authentic values and choices." Harry nodded, recognizing the same process of revelation and liberation that every victim of the conditioning program experienced when first learning the truth about their manipulation. "The evidence we have gathered suggests that your exceptional abilities as a potions master and your knowledge of both sides of the artificial conflict make you uniquely valuable to the conspiracy's operations," he explained. "Your apparent dedication to competing causes has allowed you to serve their purposes while maintaining the illusion of ideological struggle that justifies their control over wizarding society." Snape's response to this information was remarkable, revealing aspects of his authentic personality that had been completely hidden beneath decades of artificial conditioning. Rather than the bitter, conflicted individual that Harry had always known, the real Severus Snape appeared to be analytical, strategic, and possessed of a moral clarity that had been systematically suppressed through manipulation. His first priority was to understand the scope and methods of the conspiracy that had controlled his life, demonstrating the same systematic approach to investigation that had characterized his work in potions and the dark arts. His questions about their research methods, evidence verification, and security protocols showed a mind that was naturally suited to the kind of complex analysis required for challenging, sophisticated manipulation programs. But his most significant contribution was the intelligence he could provide about Dumbledore's operations and the broader network of authority figures who were involved in implementing the conditioning program. His position as a trusted ally of the headmaster had given him access to information about planning meetings, coordination protocols, and strategic objectives that would be crucial for understanding and countering the conspiracy's activities. According to Snape's recollections, Dumbledore's role in the conditioning program extended far beyond the individual manipulation of students like Harry. The headmaster served as a central coordinator for systematic psychological manipulation throughout magical Britain, working with ministry officials, hospital administrators, and other institutional leaders to identify and process victims according to predetermined criteria and objectives. The greater good philosophy that justified these activities was not Dumbledore's personal ideology, but a systematic belief system that had been developed specifically to rationalize the large-scale manipulation of magical populations. The individuals who implemented the conditioning program genuinely believed that they were serving the best interests of wizarding society by preventing talented individuals from developing in ways that might threaten social stability or established power structures. This information provided crucial insight into the mindset and motivations of the people they were opposing, revealing that the conspiracy's members were not simply evil individuals pursuing personal power, but sincere believers in a philosophy that justified systematic control and manipulation as necessary for the greater good of magical civilization. Understanding this ideological foundation was essential for developing effective counter-strategies that could challenge not just the conspiracy's methods, but the fundamental assumptions that made their activities seem reasonable and necessary to the people who implemented them. Snape's authentic personality proved remarkably effective at analyzing these ideological and strategic elements of the conditioning program, providing insights that complemented the technical and magical expertise that Luna and the other Resistance members had developed through their investigation. His knowledge of advanced potions techniques also proved invaluable for refining the conditioning reversal methods that they were using to help other victims recover their authentic identities. The gradual delivery system that had proven effective in his own case could be adapted and improved to work more efficiently while reducing the risks of detection or adverse reactions. Most importantly, Snape's position within the conspiracy's organizational structure provided opportunities for gathering intelligence and potentially sabotaging their operations from within. His apparent loyalty to Dumbledore and his established role in monitoring and reporting on student activities could be maintained while he secretly worked to support the Resistance Network's objectives. The recruitment of Snape represented a turning point in their struggle against the conditioning program, providing them with an adult ally who possessed both the knowledge and the access necessary to challenge the conspiracy from positions of authority, rather than simply through external resistance activities. But his involvement also escalated the stakes of their investigation considerably. Snape's defection from the conspiracy's control represented exactly the kind of development that would trigger the most aggressive countermeasures available to the Shepherds, including potential elimination of perceived threats through methods that had been used against other resistors in the past. The Adult Resistance Network's intelligence suggested that previous infiltrations of the conspiracy's inner circles had resulted in systematic memory modification of suspected double agents, along with targeted accidents and mysterious disappearances that eliminated individuals who posed genuine threats to the program's security. Protecting Snape while utilizing his intelligence and access would require sophisticated security measures and careful coordination with the broader Resistance Network to ensure that his activities did not expose him to retaliation or compromise the safety of other Resistance members. The solution involved developing a complex system of false intelligence and misdirection that would maintain the appearance of Snape's continued loyalty to the conspiracy while allowing him to provide crucial support for resistance activities. His reports to Dumbledore would need to contain accurate information about student behavior and resistance activities, but would be crafted to mislead the conspiracy about the true scope and sophistication of their operations. This approach required extensive preparation and coordination among all resistance members, as their activities would need to be carefully managed to support the false intelligence that Snape was providing, while avoiding actions that would contradict his reports or expose his true allegiances. The complexity of maintaining this deception while simultaneously implementing their mass awakening strategy created logistical challenges that pushed their organizational capabilities to their limits, but it also provided opportunities for implementing more sophisticated operations that could potentially achieve their objectives while maintaining security for all Resistance members. Snape's knowledge of Dumbledore's personal habits and security protocols proved particularly valuable for planning the timing and methods of their final coordinated awakening operation. His insight into the headmaster's likely responses to different scenarios allowed them to develop contingency plans that would maximize their chances of success while minimizing the risks of immediate retaliation against Resistance members. According to Snape's analysis, Dumbledore's primary concern would be preventing information about the conditioning program from becoming public knowledge rather than simply punishing individual resistors. This meant that their mass awakening strategy would need to include mechanisms for rapid dissemination of evidence to external audiences who could provide protection through public scrutiny and political pressure. The Adult Resistance Network's connections to journalists, ministry officials, and international magical organizations provided the framework for this public exposure strategy, but coordination with these external allies would require precise timing and comprehensive preparation to ensure that the evidence reached appropriate audiences before the conspiracy could implement countermeasures. As the final preparations for their coordinated awakening operation intensified, Harry found himself reflecting on the extraordinary transformation that had occurred since Luna first showed him the Truth-Seers and revealed the artificial nature of his monitored existence at Hogwarts. The investigation that had begun with personal questions about his memories and relationships had evolved into a comprehensive resistance operation involving dozens of students and adults who were working together to expose and dismantle one of the most sophisticated manipulation programs in the history of magical civilization. But more importantly, He had discovered his authentic self and formed genuine relationships based on shared values and mutual respect rather than artificial emotional manipulation. The connections he had developed with Luna, Ginny, Neville, and now Snape represented the kind of authentic human bonds that the conspiracy had been designed to prevent, proving that genuine cooperation and loyalty could survive and flourish even after years of systematic psychological conditioning. Snape's recruitment had provided them with the final piece they needed for challenging the conspiracy effectively, giving them access to intelligence and capabilities that would allow them to implement their mass awakening strategy with realistic prospects for success. The battle for the authentic identities of magical Britain's children was approaching its climax, and for the first time since beginning their investigation, Harry felt confident that they possessed the knowledge, resources, and allies necessary to achieve lasting victory against the forces that had sought to control and diminish their genuine potential. Tomorrow would bring either liberation or destruction, but whatever the outcome, they would face it as themselves rather than as the carefully constructed fictions that others had tried to impose upon them. That authenticity, hard-won through months of investigation and personal transformation, represented the most valuable victory they had already achieved, regardless of what challenges might still lie ahead. The authentic Harry Potter, supported by genuine friends and allies who shared his commitment to freedom and truth, was finally ready to reclaim not just his own birthright, but the birthright of every magical child who deserved the chance to develop their genuine potential, free from manipulation and control. The stakes could not be higher, and the risks remained enormous. But the alternative was to accept continued existence as puppets in someone else's carefully orchestrated performance, and that was no longer acceptable to any of them. The time for authentic choice and genuine resistance had finally arrived. The implementation of their mass memory restoration campaign began at precisely 3 a.m. on a moonless October night, when the castle's surveillance systems would be operating at their lowest sensitivity levels, and most faculty members would be deeply asleep. Luna had spent weeks calculating the optimal timing for their coordinated awakening, analyzing everything from magical energy fluctuations to the behavioral patterns of the portraits that served as the conspiracy's primary monitoring network throughout Hogwarts. The complexity of coordinating simultaneous conditioning reversal for nearly 50 students while maintaining security from detection required organizational capabilities that pushed their resistance network to its absolute limits. Every participant needed to receive precise instructions about timing, location, and emergency protocols, while the evidence of their activities needed to be concealed from surveillance systems that were specifically designed to detect exactly the kind of coordinated resistance they were attempting to implement. Harry made his way through the hidden passages toward the Chamber of Secrets, carrying the portable memory restoration equipment that Luna had adapted from her mother's original research. The weight of the magical instruments felt symbolic of the responsibility he carried for the safety and success of everyone who had chosen to trust their investigation and risk their authentic identities in pursuit of genuine freedom from manipulation. The chamber had been transformed over the previous days into something resembling a sophisticated medical facility, with treatment stations arranged throughout the space to accommodate the large number of participants who would be undergoing memory restoration simultaneously. Luna had worked tirelessly to adapt her techniques for mass implementation, creating systems that could help multiple victims recover their authentic personalities without requiring individual attention that would make the operation too time-intensive to complete before detection. The first students began arriving within minutes of the designated time, moving through the castle with the careful stealth that had become second nature to anyone involved in resistance activities. Ginny appeared first, followed by Neville and several other core resistance members who would serve as coordinators and assistants during the mass awakening process. But the most significant arrival was Severus Snape, whose presence represented both the culmination of their recruitment efforts and the most dangerous element of their entire operation. His participation in the mass awakening would provide him with complete freedom from his conditioning, while giving him access to recovered memories that could expose every aspect of the conspiracy's operations that he had been involved in implementing. "Professor Snape," Luna said, as she directed him toward one of the specialized treatment stations she had prepared for participants whose conditioning was particularly extensive and sophisticated, "your situation will require the most advanced techniques we have developed. The artificial loyalty and emotional manipulation that have controlled your responses for decades will need to be systematically dismantled while preserving your authentic memories and personality traits that have somehow survived the conditioning process." Snape nodded his understanding, but Harry could see the tension in his expression as he contemplated the implications of what they were attempting. Complete recovery of his authentic memories would force him to confront decades of actions that he had taken while under the influence of artificial conditioning, potentially creating psychological trauma that could be as devastating as the original manipulation. "The risks we are taking tonight extend far beyond simple exposure of our resistance activities," Snape observed as he settled into the treatment apparatus that would guide his memory restoration. "If this process succeeds, we will be declaring open war against people who have demonstrated their willingness to kill in order to protect their secrets. We must be prepared for retaliation that will be swift, comprehensive, and utterly without mercy." Harry felt a chill of recognition as he considered Snape's warning, remembering Luna's mother and the suspicious circumstances surrounding her death when she had gotten too close to exposing the conspiracy's operations. Tonight's mass awakening would create dozens of witnesses who possessed comprehensive knowledge of the conditioning program, making suppression through individual elimination impossible while creating the kind of public exposure that the Shepherds had spent decades working to prevent. But it would also make every participant a target for retaliation by people who possessed resources and capabilities that extended far beyond anything available through conventional magical law enforcement or institutional authority. The success of their operation would need to include not just the awakening itself, but comprehensive plans for protecting all participants from the consequences of challenging such a powerful and well-connected conspiracy. The solution involved coordination with Bill Weasley's Adult Resistance Network, which had spent months preparing safe houses, communication systems, and extraction protocols that could provide protection for student resistance members if immediate evacuation from Hogwarts became necessary. The mass awakening began with the systematic activation of Luna's adapted memory restoration equipment, creating a magical field that permeated the entire Chamber of Secrets, and began the gradual process of weakening the conditioning that had controlled participants' thoughts and behaviors for years. The technique was designed to work slowly and gently, allowing authentic personalities to emerge naturally, while minimizing the psychological shock that could result from sudden recovery of suppressed memories. Harry found himself assigned to monitor the treatment of students whose conditioning appeared to be less extensive, helping to guide them through the initial stages of memory recovery, while watching for adverse reactions that might require individual attention from Luna or Snape. The first signs of success appeared within minutes of beginning the process, as participants began showing subtle changes in posture, expression, and behavior that suggested their authentic personalities were beginning to break through the artificial constructs that had controlled their responses throughout their time at Hogwarts. Dean Thomas was among the first to show dramatic improvement, his recovered memories revealing that his father had not abandoned the family as he had always believed, but had actually been murdered by ministry officials who were concerned about his investigation into irregularities in magical child placement procedures. The artificial guilt and abandonment trauma that had shaped Dean's personality for years began dissolving as he recovered his authentic recollections of a loving father who had died trying to protect magical families from systematic abuse. Seamus Finnegan's transformation was even more remarkable, as his recovered memories revealed exceptional control over fire magic that had been systematically suppressed through conditioning designed to make his abilities appear dangerous and uncontrollable. The explosive accidents that had characterized his magical development were not the result of natural clumsiness, but artificial limitations that had prevented him from developing his genuine talents. But the most dramatic change occurred with Lavender Brown, whose apparent obsession with divination and frivolous social concerns was revealed to be artificial personality traits that had been imposed to conceal remarkable analytical abilities and natural leadership skills. Her recovered memories showed a brilliant strategist whose authentic personality had been systematically suppressed because her intelligence and independence posed a threat to the conspiracy's objectives. Each successful awakening provided additional evidence about the scope and methods of the conditioning program, creating a cascade effect that enhanced their understanding while building momentum for helping other participants recover their authentic identities. Luna moved between treatment stations with the focused efficiency of a skilled healer, monitoring the progress of each participant while making adjustments to the magical fields that were facilitating their memory restoration. Her inherited techniques were proving remarkably effective when applied on this scale, suggesting that her mother's research had indeed identified fundamental principles of magical conditioning that could be systematically countered through appropriate intervention. But the most challenging case proved to be Snape himself, whose decades of artificial conditioning had created layers of artificial personality traits and false memories that were extraordinarily difficult to separate from his authentic recollections and genuine characteristics. The process of helping him recover his true self required the combined expertise of Luna, Harry, and several of the adult Resistance members who possessed advanced knowledge of memory magic and psychological conditioning techniques. The artificial loyalty to both Dumbledore and Voldemort had to be carefully dismantled while preserving the genuine emotions and commitments that had somehow survived years of systematic manipulation. As Snape's authentic memories began to surface, a picture emerged of a young man who had been systematically isolated and manipulated from his earliest years at Hogwarts, shaped through carefully orchestrated trauma into someone whose exceptional abilities could be controlled and directed toward serving the conspiracy's objectives. His recruitment into the Death Eaters had been arranged by the same authority figures who later positioned him as a double agent serving Dumbledore, creating the perfect cover for someone who could monitor and manipulate both sides of the artificial conflict that had been engineered to serve the Shepherd's agenda of social control. But beneath the layers of artificial conditioning lay a remarkable individual whose authentic personality combined brilliant analytical capabilities with a moral clarity that had been systematically suppressed through decades of manipulation. The real Severus Snape was neither the bitter, conflicted Death Eater, nor the reluctant hero serving the greater good, but a principled person whose genuine values had been hidden beneath artificial constructs designed to make him serve purposes he would never have chosen authentically. His recovered memories provided comprehensive intelligence about Dumbledore's operations and the broader network of authority figures who were involved in implementing the conditioning program throughout magical Britain. The meetings, planning sessions, and coordination protocols that he now remembered with perfect clarity revealed the true scope of the conspiracy and the specific individuals who were responsible for its implementation. According to his authentic recollections, the conditioning program affected not just students at Hogwarts, but magical children throughout Britain who were systematically identified and processed according to predetermined criteria designed to ensure compliance with the Shepherd's vision of ideal magical society. The program operated through coordination between educational institutions, medical facilities, government agencies, and even private organizations that provided services to magical families. Children who showed exceptional abilities or independent thinking were flagged for intensive conditioning, while those who displayed desired characteristics were guided toward roles that would serve the conspiracy's long-term objectives. The financial networks that Harry had discovered during their Gringotts infiltration represented just one component of a comprehensive system that used victims' own resources to fund their continued oppression while ensuring that they never developed the independence necessary to challenge their manipulators. But the most disturbing revelation concerned the breeding programs that had been implemented to ensure the production of children with specific magical abilities and personality traits that would serve the conspiracy's needs in future generations. The systematic manipulation of reproduction among magical families had been occurring for decades, creating populations with artificial characteristics that made them more suitable for various forms of conditioning and control. This information forced everyone involved in the mass awakening to confront the possibility that their very existence might be the result of genetic manipulation designed to serve someone else's agenda, rather than natural biological processes guided by authentic choice and attraction. As the memory restoration process continued throughout the night, the Chamber of Secrets filled with the voices of people discovering their authentic identities for the first time in years. The conversations were both heartbreaking and inspiring, as participants processed the reality of systematic manipulation while celebrating the recovery of genuine personality traits and capabilities that had been hidden beneath artificial conditioning. But the most significant moment came when Luna's own memory restoration revealed information that she had not expected to discover about her family's situation and her mother's death. Her recovered recollections showed that Pandora Lovegood had not simply been investigating the conditioning program as an independent researcher, but had actually been a member of an earlier resistance network that had been systematically destroyed by the conspiracy's counterintelligence operations. The experimental accident that had killed her mother was not the result of research into dangerous magical techniques, but a targeted assassination carried out by people who had discovered her involvement in resistance activities and decided that she posed too great a threat to be allowed to continue her investigation. Luna's own conditioning had been carefully designed to ensure that she would never discover the truth about her mother's death or continue the resistance work that had gotten Pandora killed. Her apparent eccentricity and tendency toward fantastical thinking had been artificially enhanced to make her seem unreliable and prevent others from taking her seriously if she began investigating the same issues that had led to her mother's murder. But the conditioning had also preserved her mother's research materials and techniques, ensuring that the knowledge necessary for challenging the conspiracy would be available if Luna ever managed to break through her artificial limitations and discover her authentic capabilities. The revelation that she had been systematically manipulated from childhood to prevent her from continuing her mother's work created a surge of determination that transformed Luna from a dreamy, eccentric student into a focused and formidable opponent of the forces that had shaped her development. Her recovered memories included detailed information about other resistance networks that had been destroyed over the years, along with intelligence about the specific techniques that had been used to neutralize previous efforts to challenge the conditioning program. This information was crucial for understanding how to avoid the mistakes that had led to the failure of earlier resistance movements, while identifying vulnerabilities in the conspiracy's operations that could potentially be exploited to achieve lasting success where others had failed. As dawn approached and their mass awakening neared completion, Harry found himself surrounded by nearly 50 people who had recovered their authentic identities and were ready to challenge the conspiracy that had controlled their development for years. The transformation was remarkable, as the chamber filled with individuals whose genuine personalities and capabilities had been hidden beneath layers of artificial conditioning designed to make them compliant and controllable. But alongside the celebration of successful awakening came the sobering realization that they had declared open war against people who possessed resources and capabilities that made them extremely dangerous opponents. The conspiracy's previous responses to organized resistance had involved systematic elimination of perceived threats through methods that left no evidence of criminal activity. The success of their mass awakening would need to be followed immediately by comprehensive measures to protect all participants from retaliation, while ensuring that the evidence they had gathered reached appropriate audiences who could provide protection through public exposure and political pressure. Snape's intelligence about Dumbledore's likely responses to their operation proved invaluable for planning the immediate aftermath of their awakening. According to his analysis, the headmaster's primary concern would be preventing information about the conditioning program from becoming public knowledge, making rapid dissemination of evidence their most effective strategy for ensuring survival. The Adult Resistance Network's connections to journalists, ministry officials, and international magical organizations provided the framework for this public exposure strategy, but implementation would require precise coordination and comprehensive preparation to ensure that the evidence reached appropriate audiences before the conspiracy could implement countermeasures. As the participants in their mass awakening prepared to leave the Chamber of Secrets and return to their dormitories before the start of regular classes, Harry felt a mixture of exhaustion and exhilaration that reflected the magnitude of what they had accomplished. In a single night, they had liberated nearly 50 people from systematic psychological manipulation while gathering comprehensive evidence about one of the most sophisticated control programs in the history of magical civilization. The authentic personalities and capabilities that had emerged during the awakening represented a formidable force for challenging the conspiracy's continued operations. But more importantly, they had proven that the conditioning program could be successfully challenged and reversed, demonstrating that authentic human potential could survive and flourish even after years of systematic suppression and manipulation. The battle for the authentic identities of magical Britain's children had entered its final phase, with both sides now fully committed to a conflict that would determine the fundamental nature of magical society for generations to come. Harry looked around the chamber at the faces of his fellow resistors, seeing not the artificial constructs that had been carefully shaped to serve someone else's agenda, but genuine individuals whose authentic capabilities and values had finally been allowed to emerge. Tomorrow would bring either vindication of their struggle or retaliation that could destroy everything they had worked to achieve. But whatever the outcome, they would face it as themselves rather than as the carefully constructed fictions that others had tried to impose upon them. The authentic Harry Potter, supported by genuine friends and allies who shared his commitment to freedom and truth, was finally ready to complete the transformation from victim to liberator that had begun when Luna first showed him the truth seers and revealed the artificial nature of his monitored existence. The conspiracy had spent decades perfecting their control systems, but they had never faced organized resistance from people who understood their methods and possessed the knowledge necessary to challenge them effectively. The outcome of that confrontation would determine whether future generations of magical children would be allowed to develop their genuine potential or would continue to be processed through manipulation programs designed to serve someone else's vision of ideal society. The stakes could not be higher, but for the first time since learning about the conditioning program, Harry felt confident that they possessed the knowledge, resources, and authentic relationships necessary to achieve lasting victory against the forces that had sought to control and diminish their genuine potential throughout their lives.